Warning: the following content may contain excessive swearing, severe intergalactic shenanigans, fuck. I'm not doing this second time, bro. You guys see it on the screen. So, for anyone curious, I was streaming for the last hour, almost hour, 50 minutes, to nowhere, because YouTube fucking sucks, and this is why I prioritize streaming on Twitch. But I figured I wanted to use YouTube today because I do all my Twitch streams on Monday nights and Wednesday nights, which I might move up to Monday and Wednesday afternoons, based on how things go today. But yeah, no, YouTube fucking sucks. Anyway, yeah, so this is Alpha 3.14 PTU. It's the public test universe. I'm pre-testing the alpha build so that when it does go, to make sure it's not super buggy when it goes live, to the live alpha build. So this is the PTU. It's like a test. It's a pre-testing for the alpha patches. And right now we are flying a Banu Defender. It's an alien ship that we got into a fight with. Didn't go well. But we're going to head to Crusader because it is the first ever gas giant in a video game that you can fully explore, fully rendered. There's even a fucking center, a liquid metal center, which is accurate to what a gas giant would have, presumably, being that no one's actually ever been to the center of a gas giant. So we need to call a pad here. We're gonna get a new ship and then continue our journey. It's probably good, honestly, that... I mean, it's not good, actually. No, fuck that. It's not good that that YouTube screwed me over like that. But it does mean you guys kind of missed... for anyone watching, you missed about an hour of just dogfighting and milling about in the game. You didn't see we didn't get to Crusader yet, so don't worry. This ship really has seen better days. So this is an alien ship made by the Banu, bunch of tree people. I don't mean like tree huggers, like they look like trees. The species look like trees, and they are merchants. And oh, we're leaking shit. That's great. And the ramp has been open the entire time. Mazel tov. For fucking up that ship. Let me just get rid of this thing on the HUD here. The mission, we're not doing the mission. Back. I'm gonna increase sensitivity because the PTU doesn't save a lot of your changes over from the live build. So where's my mouse sensitivity? Mouse sensitivity. Keep it 36. That's way too sensitive. Wrong thing. Open this up again. 1.2. Well, maybe that was part of the problem with the flight controls I was complaining about earlier. Oh, flight movement. A little better. Vanguard, Vanguard. Okay, so pad 1, sorry I was doing something. Alt tab. I'll stop doing that. Changing up my little undersuit here, so it look a bit nicer. We're going to a fancy place after all. Gotta look nice. Nope. My baby. The Vanguard. What the fuck happened to my baby? Oh. It's... I guess we'll just have to repair it on the pad here. There's a bit of a delay there. I'm just gonna mess with some controls again. I'm gonna make Let's continue our journey to Crusader. That Microtech, so Crusader would be the name from there. That's Art Corp.
Thank you.
Where the hell's Crusader? There. I'm gonna turn the hints off. Oh. Fine for now. We got 6. Well, good thing I chose a faster ship. But for anyone watching, or in this case not watching, this is my first, my feet first playthrough of the 3.14 PTU, and there's new Crusader. You can see it already looks very different from Crusader of old. And let's just fly right into it right now. That's the beauty of this game. It's like, oh, you know what, the planet's right there. Let's just fly into it. With this new cloud tech, you can actually see the layers there. Those clouds, they're fully rendered, three-dimensional, volumetric clouds. Oh yeah. Just gonna fly, no quantum travel, old school, fly into the planet. It'll take a little while, but oh, you can see we're already burning up in the on entry here. Just slightly, we're going in at a nosedive angles, so. Quite literally slicing. We're not using gravity. I mean, honestly though, this gas giant is so much fucking gravity. It's a gas giant, for God's sakes. Look at those clouds. World. Altitude. Meters. We're dropping fast. I think we're in the atmosphere, which is good. We're still not through any of the cloud layers yet. Holy shit. Man, look at that beautiful. So far, I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna test it. Everything's on high right now. This is on high as it can go. Planet volumetric clouds. Now let's just go in at a more natural landing angle. I'm going to lower my sensitivity just a bit because not great for the third person camera. Don't like that. Free look. I'm gonna keep pitch a little higher. Would be good. Same for ground vehicles here. Look at those clouds, though. I mean, it's not perfect, but first implementation of fully volumetric clouds. You can fly through and do all sorts of stuff with. And my very first Crusader screenshot. Of new Crusader, at least. Look at that. That is cool. think we're starting to, we're gonna reach the cloud layer very soon. Very soon. No, I have an idea. Kill power to engines. Let's take a step back from the controls and let Isaac Newton take the helm. Bad idea, but why not? Okay. It was a very bad idea. Sorry, altitude at least dropping. Few hundred meters per second, yeah. Bad. Now power engines. Look at this. This is incredible. We haven't even reached the cloud layer yet, and it's still incredible. It's beautiful. Can barely see any of my degree headings though, which is a problem. Looks like we're going at a 45 degree. Perfect. The fuck? Ah shit, we're gonna be back at Crusader L4. Okay, well, attempt number 2 then. Wake up. Go to the ship spawning terminals. A different ship this time. I'm gonna head to Port Olisar first this time, so this way we're in orbit around Crusader and then try again. I could have decided to start at Crusader, like on, well I can't say on, at Crusader, like on the city, the floating city there. But I decided against it because I wanted to make my journey there, thinking it'd be more cinematic and cool and all that, and the results are varying. Head 01. We go again. On my own. Set the quantum travel beacon and how long is this one gonna be? Not bad, not bad. But what we want to do though, hit the portal source first. Let's just edit our flight plan. And voila, our way. Still got a bit of ways to go, so I'm just gonna jump out of the seat here. Explore the ship a bit. Bathroom, pop out toilet. Oh, that's the door. Pop out toilet. Well, the toilet's right here, just supposed to pop out and it's... Oh, we're coming out of quantum. A weapon locker here? It's not opening though. And once again, we'll be able to see Crusader coming in through the window here. Now, this is a cool, intro type thing. You just have this going on the screen. Like have credits rolling while this. I don't know. Be a cool little like B-roll background footage. There it is, Crusader. Getting a little bit bigger every few seconds. Okay, that pop-in was not great, but... First, let's jump to All-Star and not make the same mistake twice. So we just threw, that was the first time we flew through the clouds right there, and it was through quantum travel. Great. But that is kind of cool. I do like that. Or it's like, yeah, because there's no physical planet to actually obstruct your line of sight. It's just a bunch of clouds, so you can just quantum travel through the planet. I do like that. I mean, not literally through the planet, but through the higher atmosphere of the planet, like we just did. Because if you start going through the planet, then you start dealing with hypergravity of a gas giant, and well, you get liquefied. You know, if you survive the crushing.
Hello, and thank you for contacting EDL Landing Assist.
Okay, good. We almost crashed into the station.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Perfect. Just my third-person camera here. Look at that view. So I have to do this in my 85X. I absolutely have to. Let's leave the Sentinel here. I'm gonna pound the ship anyway, so let's get the hell out of here. Even though we're landing at the pad they told us to land at, they don't seem to care. And that is why it is a PTU, folks. Public Test Universe. Or it goes to the Persistent Universe. The live
ship
build.
storage procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area. Thank you.
Let me get my little hover car out.
Initiating ship storage procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area.
Actually, I wonder if I can spawn an Origin 890 jump here. I can! Let's see if we can actually spawn one. Okay, right. So we have to go to one of the Lagrange points, or we can probably spawn it at Crusader itself. Roll back down and get to my by that. Bravo 02. So pretty much right where we went. Or the pad next to where we went. I can actually get the rest of my armor here.
Good purchase. Good purchase. Good purchase. Smart buy.
Why not? Good, now we can go into an airlock without dying. Alright. Apologize for that. Alright, so let's get in our ship, take off. I guess we'll, for safety purposes, quantum travel to, much face to Orison, the floating city in high altitudes of Crusader, the gas giant behind us. Armory. Later, where's Orison?
Thank you, and please visit again.
Okay, so the UI is a bit messed up, but it is working. No, it's not working. Try to see. There we go, now it's working. real quick. Looks like we're landing at nighttime. And this is probably where performance is going to start tanking. Given how the game has froze. Alright, and you can already see some of the lattice structure that creates Orison. Although it's very hard to see in the dead of night here. You can see it. Just a little bit.
Contact.
That can't be good. 819 jump. Looks like someone else had the same idea. We're gonna come in at steady 380s. Let's go to 400 if possible. 404. Relatively close. Looks like just a bunch of scrap laid out on the ground. Thing is, there is no ground. It's amazing how it's one for one with the concept art. That is incredible. Same with sound effects. How close are we? That's gonna be loud. Testing something with my speaker, sorry. Hey. I wonder if that's where they make their ships. Because Crusader, the gas giant, is owned by Crusader Industries, that is a ship manufacturer. They make the Genesis Starliner, which is like essentially the 747 of Star Citizen. They make the Hercules Starlifter, which is essentially like a freight, a military freight vehicle. You know, it's used for loading military assets like tanks and other vehicles. Can also be used for bombing purposes. They also make the Mercury Star Runner, which is a data-running smuggling ship. They make the Ares Starfighter, which is a gun with a plane built around it. So, you know, like the A-10 Warthog. Whoa. Huh. Okay. Should be back at Port Olisar, but what the f is that? Okay, so apparently this is a common bug. That's not so good. I can immediately think of a workaround, which would be to copy my account to the PTU again, essentially resetting my account, or my PTU account that is, and then just selecting Orison as my preferred landing zone. I want fast shit. Weak and fast. I used to do car 2L. It's not super fast, but it's fun to fly. Now here's a question. Do you trust the floating stairs?
Systems activating. Systems on.
Ooh, I have a cool screenshot idea.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Fine. Okay. Enough of the screenshots. Let's jump.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Landing gear up.
And try this again.
Quantum travel engaged.
Love how the clouds look like swirls of, fiery swirls of pink and white. Really, really pretty. We're only 60, almost 70 clicks out. Well, everyone cross your appendages. Odds are we're probably gonna have to hop servers though if this glitch persists. Okay, we're below 400,000, that's good. In common range yet? No. This. Center of Crusader is over 7.5 kilometers. Sorry, 7,500 kilometers away from it. That's 7.5 thousand kilometers. Damn, this thing's maneuverable. Let's slow down, on a dime. Don't need
Please
the,
proceed to assigned landing bay.
Thank you. It's over there. Form. Now that is a landing.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Alright, first off, hangars look very nice. They're pretty much the Microtech ones, except with some new decals. Holy crap, are these ship renting terminals? No, Justice terminals. By the logo. These are the same as the Microtech hangars in terms of the design and the geometry, which I love these hangar designs, so it's awesome. But we made it. We are now at the city of Orison, a floating city. The city among the clouds. The Cloud City, if you would. Yes, here we're at the spaceport. Very, very pretty spaceport with some space whale artwork. Because there's actually a species of whale indigenous to this planet that just fly around. Wow. And the atmosphere actually is breathable. Chairman's Club. Oh, that's so cool. We can't get in though because we're not members. Fuck. I'll hack my way in though. One of these days I'll hack my way in. Commercial flights not implemented yet. Monetary flights. Ooh, lore. Like me some lore.
2955 marks the centennial anniversary of the first orbital platform built on Mercy. Join us in celebrating 100 years of incredible engineering and the tireless efforts of those who will be
So they actually have thrusters firing, and according to Cam, if you're playing on a controller and you're walking around on the just walking around Orison, every now and then, whenever those thrusters fire to keep the city afloat, your controller will vibrate. Which is really cool. August Dunlow Space. Little whale plushies. Naturally, I have to pick up a giant one.
Smart buy.
Oh, he's so cute.
Hi, welcome to the store.
Can I still stow in my inventory? No. Hold on a sec. So here is the traveler stuff, that's ship rental.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Feel free to take a look around. We've got a pretty good selection.
Cool. Hey, wait. Oh, okay, still have it. It reuses some geometry from Microtech, which, yeah, that's fine. I mean, ArcCorp reuses a bit from Loreville. Maybe in the future, eventually, we'll get some like unique unique layouts and aesthetics for each of the landing zones. But for now, it's good enough. Wow. We'll say this: elevators are damn fancy. Look at this fancy elevator. Wooden floors and lights and shit. So here's the Starlifter, the Hercules, the C2 specifically, which is the civilian model.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Oh, hey, look, a map. Let's see. You are here. Looks like...
Missed your shuttle? Not a problem. Another shuttle will be along shortly.
there's a tram that goes to the Cloudview Center,
No flights means less.
then goes to Providence. Oh, it looks like there's two. There might be one that goes to and from, so you can... Painters, Customs, Shopping, Chairman's Club, VIP Lounge, Trip Rental, Flights,
A friendly reminder to check for your last call for passengers.
Theater Discovery Center, Covlex Shipping, Self-Storage, Cousin Crow's Custom Crafts, Tammany Sons Outfitters. I didn't realize Tammany Sons was a branch. Because they have a shop at Lorville as well. That's pretty cool. Oh, and here's the tram. Here's the little floating subway.
The shuttle is preparing to depart.
And this place is amazing. This reminds me of an actual real-world location. And there's a subway station like this in Washington, D.C. I believe there's also one like this in Israel. It's not a subway, but it's similar.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
That is so cool, and I love how it just reuses the aesthetics and design and the thruster tech from their ships. That is really, really cool. Let's see. Cloudview Center, which is, I think, what we're going to go to next. Tater Industries Showroom, Stratus Shopping.
All major platforms.
Let's just go there.
For free and convenient transit. All visitors.
This goes to the Providence platform.
Have a pleasant stay.
Is Providence, okay, that's the industrial one. We want tourism platform. Why not? We're a tourist right now. With my little whale, Will the whale. I don't even know what he's I know it's Pico the penguin, but I don't remember what the whale is. I think that I can make it to that tram. I think they're going to the same place. No, they're not, but we'll go there anyway.
Call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Hold the door. Alright. Okay, this is cool. We have to take a seat. Take in that view. I imagine this is like, 100 times better during the day. But it is still quite magical during night. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but having a city like this in the clouds and a fully explorable gas giant, the actual fully realized gas giant that you can just fly in, fly out. This is a dream come true for me.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
What the hell?
Please
Hey.
clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
I am experiencing the magical joy of Crusader. I finally landed.
How is it?
Yeah, it's really, really cool. I landed at night, so it's probably going to be night for a while, considering how the days are longer here.
Yep.
But it's Pretty. Pretty. I have my little whale. I got the big one.
Crusader Industries shuttlecraft features expanded.
I have the stuffed whale in my hands right now. Let's see. Orison information screen.
It's definitely cool.
Up, and I can't even get.
I'm hoping with the Orison version 2 that we get, I'm hoping that they have a ship store at Orison.
Yeah, I saw
It's
the
like-
rental, but I didn't see a ship store.
Well, there's a rental shop, but no actual store.
Right. You'd
Like,
imagine it's a ship manufacturer. It's actually one of the first ship manufacturers that we're actually being able to go to their physical location in the verse.
Yeah.
I think we should be able to, buy their ships here. What's the name of the whale again?
Starts with an F. I forgot.
I just remember Pico the Penguin. That's really it. I really like the architecture here. Very.
I'm attempting to fly in to
Yeah,
Orison
don't
here,
explode.
so we'll see.
I exploded in my 85X and a Vanguard, then Harbinger, and then I tried the Car 2 all and it seemed to work.
I'm in M2 right now, so we'll see. I wonder if it has something to do with fucked up values for the pressurization. Because that would explain why you're just going along and then all of a sudden, boom, you're dead.
You're telling me that it's not just Crusader. You're just flying around randomly in the verse, and then all of a sudden, boom.
That being said, though, I will note I have had my ships occasionally just blowing up randomly as I'm just flying around, not in a combat zone.
Yeah, that's still a problem.
I think I had my Mercury Starrunner do that. I think I had a Titan do that. So I don't know what's going on with those, but
I really love the contemporary mixed with high-tech sci-fi here. Because like some of the areas, like the subway.
I can barely hear you. And I got your phone.
Yeah, I was saying that the blend of architecture here, like the contemporary mixed with high-tech sci-fi, is very, very cool. Let's see if it might be my mic is low. Let me check device properties. No, it's at 100. Oops. Banged into my desk. Ooh, there's a platform edge. Time to jump off it.
It doesn't, I will note, Orison does not look, or not Orison, but Crusader being in a gas giant, it doesn't look like what I thought it would, but...
Yeah. I mean, like, externally, or actually flying around?
Like being in the clouds, it doesn't, like, my view is a lot further than what I thought I would have.
So, like, expecting clouds to be right up in your face, or being literally in the clouds?
To a certain degree, or seeing like clouds going past.
Yeah.
And, like I want to be able to, and I assume down the line we'll be able to, like fly inside of a cloud to the point where like my vision is restricted. All I see is cloud cover around me.
That didn't work.
What didn't?
I jumped off a ledge to try to land on this green pasture area, and died. Now I get to see what the Habs look like here at Orison. Very, very pretty.
They're pretty decent. They honestly look pretty cut and paste similar, but they did make it so
Oh yeah,
that
it looks a lot like
there's
the.
a window next to the bed, so you can see
Yeah,
the
well,
clouds.
that's also Whatchface also has that Microtech. This is pretty much the Microtech
Yeah,
Habs.
I was really hoping they were gonna go more with the open design, like the having like a tier kind of thing, and then having windows like above and to the side, so you have like a whole vista in front of you. I was hoping for something like that, but
I do like this balcony though.
yeah, the balcony is nice. What I'm hoping down the line is that maybe they'll replace some of the unused buildings at some point eventually, and make it so we can get apartments, which will be like
We'll have better views.
3-4
Yeah.
times the size of a hab, kind of thing. But we'll see. You know, something along the lines of like the size of the outposts, but in a civilized area, not just on a planet. You know, in the middle of nowhere.
Like part of a city, like Lorville.
Yeah,
you have
so
those
that
residential.
we've got, like,
Around
location
Lorville, you have those
services,
residential
stores,
areas. So,
production.
where
Also,
the buildings are
cannot
less
hear you
nice
right now.
looking.
I can't hear you over the music and everything.
Your music or
You
mine?
try turning up your input.
My input's at 100.
Try turning it up on the outside of Discord for the system itself.
No, that's what I mean.
Try turning it up in Discord. It's like I can barely hear you. And like I said, I've got you set to 200%.
Alright. Also at 100%.
Eh? I will note the hangars are very odd in how they're placed. They're kind of every which way because it's floating.
Yeah, I did notice that. It was very like, oh, okay, and then like I saw a patch of grass, and finally, like when I was coming in, like, oh, obviously, like I knew instantly,
Oh,
okay, it's
come on, if you
underneath,
just
but
fucking crashed.
doesn't make it great.
I was literally like 7 km from landing, and it was like, nah, I crashed the desktop.
Dang, I haven't had a crash yet. Saying that though, I probably will now.
I've hit crashes. I've hit 30Ks this patch, and that's why I'm like, why are you guys pushing so heavily the death of a spaceman, the inventory loss, moving inventory to the ship, and so if you lose your ship, you lose everything equipped on there. Now, when we've still yet to fix a lot of these issues, like for instance, this was probably like last week when I was testing out Orison. I ran up a staircase, and when I got to the top of the staircase, I died. Like, it just was like, nope, you're dead. I was like, I wonder I wonder if I join off of you if it'll actually recover me. We'll fucking see. Because the server itself should be fine. So, fingers crossed. Because that'd be nice, not having to,
You see Dark Matter in the in-game chat talking about the Aurora shredding.
I'm at main menu. I
Oh,
don't
right.
see
Yeah,
any
you- I thought you got back in. Sorry.
Nope.
This is the
Still
lobby of the
not.
building. Very, very schmancy. Schmancy. I don't know if I don't need the chat on right now. Now this building layout kind of has a cyberpunk feel, but way too high tech.
Mm.
Have you jumped off the platforms yet? Just free fall?
You.
Yeah, I'm about to say I just did too. Oh, and it just instantly kills you. That's disappointing. I was expecting more. Very much, Karma is what he's asking.
Well, that's odd. So I joined the game. I'm in something,
Yeah.
and my vision just keeps on going in and out. It looks like I'm in the middle of a station or something, but I don't know. But it shows my health is at 0, oxygen at 0, heart rate is 0.
So you're dead. You're a corpse. You're a skeleton.
So it would seem. Holding backspace is doing nothing.
Can you press escape? See if the option menu comes up?
Yeah, that does, but
They probably rejoin.
I'll try.
They probably tried to
if
put
that
you.
doesn't work,
Where
I'll have
were
to
you
go to
when
another
you
server.
when you crashed? Where were you?
I didn't crash, or well, the game crashed. Like,
Right.
I was in Crusader's atmosphere, about 7 kilometers out from Orison.
Okay, because last I checked, you were still there, and I'm not seeing you there anymore. So it's possible that it tried to place you where you no longer existed. I've had that glitch before. It's just like a public hot tub. It is. It's a there's a public hot tub
Where?
in at Green Circle.
I remember seeing a sign for a spot, but I didn't find like what building it was in.
Not so much a spa. It's just the little hot tub with seats.
Where
I
is
don't
it?
think the seats are interactable yet. They're not, but they're molded seats. On the second floor in the lobby.
Okay. I'm awake. I'm in a hub somewhere. I can walk.
I assume the Xenothreat update
good.
stuff is at the same place at Jericho.
Yeah. Yeah, that was all the same.
Found the gym.
I'm at Mikael 1, I think, because I'm 52 fucking million.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, yeah, I found the gym. Found the Orison Hospital. Pretty big building. I do like that some of the
there's
platforms.
two parts of the gym, and they're both different too. They didn't like copy paste it.
Alright, so. Oh, yeah, no, there's like, what's face, boxing bag, punching bags and boxing dummies. I like how some of the platforms are actually moving, though. That is pretty cool. Like just seeing a platform move by. Oh yeah, yeah. Look at this. This is the cardio gym. Then you have the weightlifting in the other room. That's pretty cool. I gotta say, unlike some of the other places, this feels like a genuine hotel, like a real hotel.
Yeah, other places it feels like this is some kind of a modular space that temporarily. is set
Arcourt
up
kind of feels
with
like a
different-
cheap cyberpunk apartment.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and that's good. Like, that's kind of what that world is going for. ArtCorp is very cyberpunk, just in its design and in its world. But Orson here is kind of like this luxurious hotel. Like you're going to a city to visit, and you want to stay at a really nice hotel, and here it is.
It feels like an interesting mix between industrial and luxury.
Yeah.
Whereas Microtech is more of like high tech and industry.
Luxury. Yeah. Well, there's also that some luxury, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean not a huge amount, but I mean like just seeing like the paneled wood, smooth textures everywhere, everything's very clean.
Yeah. Whereas Orson has this very warm color to it.
You should see it once the sun comes up.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it at night right now, and it looks warm. You know what it looks like? It looks like an infinite summer. Like it's always summer.
In Philadelphia?
I thought it's always sunny in Philadelphia.
That too.
Not necessarily summer. Although, having been to Philadelphia in the summer, it is hell. This is really, really...
Oh, also I found out, I don't know if you heard of this before, but with the new power triangle, if you were to go and have no power set to weapons, for example, so if you were to just have it set to engines and shields, your laser weapons and other weapons, I suppose, will not recharge at all. So they don't even get like, there's no like bare minimum power amount that they always get regardless of the triangle. It's nope, they're getting no power, or at least maybe they are getting some power, but not enough to recharge anything.
Okay.
Yeah, still definitely a lot of issues. Also, have you seen the Grey Cat armor?
Not in person, no.
You know, if you're still at Orison, you can go and if you go to the, what is it, Providence? Whatever.
The industrial
P
platform?
Whichever platform has the P on it.
Yeah.
If you go there and then wander toward the left-hand side of it, there's a cargo store, like at the cargo decks, same kind of setup there, and you can buy the blue version of the Grey Cat armor there. Looks pretty good.
Ooh, I like blue. Alright. And here's a little advertisement for... Hang on. Finley the Stormwall. That's it.
Oh, that was it, yeah.
Finley the Stormwall. Because that's the name of the whale, the Stormwall. Providence platform. Here we are. 7 seconds. Wait, what? The tram just appeared in and doors closed and now it's flying away. Crap. Yep, frame rate is not great, by the way.
Yeah,
at least compared to what we've been getting
good
in like previous patches. Because even at ArcCorp at Area 18, I was there earlier. I started the game there today, and I'm like, oh, I'm like, okay. It started off pretty not so great, you know, which is normal, but then it was really, really smooth.
Okay, I think at Orison, I've been getting about
I can check how many I'm getting.
12 to 15 FPS, up to 20, depending on how I fuck with the settings or what's going on the back end. If I turn the, there's also a new graphics setting for cloud something. Cloud density, I think, something like that. If you set that to medium, which is it's medium, high, and very high,
I think I have it on very high.
An additional 5 FPS.
I have it on very high, just to see if I can run it. Let's... Frame rate. It's not counting the frame rate right now. It says 0. Okay, now it's counting.
It takes a second for it to...
Yeah. 7, it's somewhere around like 7. 7.5.
You're getting 7 FPS?
Yeah. Oh, it almost went to 8. Hey look, they're still using the old model here. If you go to the TDD, they have the old Crusader model.
What do you mean old Crusader?
Like the legacy model that used to be Crusader.
Of the planet?
The placeholder.
Or...
It's a holographic model in the stock exchange area. Let me see what happens if I turn down the graphics. High. Very high. Wow, frame rate just jumped up to like 15 for a second.
And they can.
Now it's still really low. Now it's still like 6, 7. But it's going higher than 7. A lot faster though. Radius at Cloud Viewer. Enter, okay. This is a pretty swanky place. Very purple.
Purple or blurple?
Yes. We got the high-end clothing store. This ice cream? I found the ice cream. I think I found the ice cream. No, it's just soda. But it's interesting to actually see beverages being served in a cooler for once. It's cold. It's not ice cream, unfortunate. And they have an some Venture armor on display. More Finley, Finley the whale, Finley the storm whale, large plushie.
Not him, anything but him.
These look like cigars, but it tells me they're energy bars. Protein stick.
My favorite.
Chocolate bars, which kind of the style of the chocolate bar kind of reminds me of a Crunch.
Yeah, I remember that.
What's this? Oh, more of the sticks, kind of like your Slim Jims.
Hey, Slim Jims are delicious.
Slim Jim. Whatever the tagline, the commercial is where they always have the guy yelling Slim Jim. So you can buy. Oh my God! You can buy Finleys in bulk. They sell them on the terminal, so you can just buy. You can buy Finley, the storm walls, in bulk of like 100.
You get a Finley. Everyone gets a Finley.
Of course, they have something named Cloud City.
Yeah, what?
One of the shirts is titled Cloud City.
Isn't that copyright?
They said floating city, they wouldn't have to worry about anything.
I thought you said cloud.
Adventure Undersuit Alpha, and all the armor is going to be just Adventure, I'm betting.
Hi. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with.
Yep. They actually have weapons here, though. And decent ones, too. That's good. Oh, I just bought a freaking... Okay, no, they don't... They have some decent weapons. They have one pistol, one shotgun, and one F-55. I was looking at ammo for a second. Ammo's the F-55's a good gun, though. They sell the worst pistol in the game, however.
Good purchase.
The LH-86. Not a good pistol. It's the best looking pistol in the game, but it is not the best.
Hi. Thanks for coming in.
Oh. Got some magazines. Hitbox. Overload. Ultimate shield hacks. Total defense. Extra protection. Long haul quarterly. You can clearly tell which one of these are the tabloids. Horizon. I'm in love with a Tavaran. Or the Weekly Star's story about a Costigan secret cult. Human worship. Human sacrifice. This is a pretty cool place, though. What's back there? There's an upstairs section. This takes us upstairs. Wow, I think this is the first time I'm seeing real doors in Star Citizen.
As opposed to fake doors.
No, it's supposed to like automatic doors or doors that have electronic panels. Here's like a traditional door with door handles.
What, you mean like a handle?
Like a door in today,
But
where you pull
who the
it
fuck
or
opens
push
doors
it.
with a handle?
It's great. It's creepy, man. Get it out of here. Price personnel only just makes me want to hack into it and eventually sneak into these areas.
What could possibly go wrong?
Found the chairman's club earlier.
Yeah, I can't wait, and I'm hoping with
Here's the ice cream. Yummy. I'm gonna get me some ice cream. I wish you can hold ice cream in both hands. We can have ice cream for everybody. Same with drinks.
God damn it! Why am I crashing every time I enter Horizon? For fuck's sake.
Wow. How many licks does it get to the center of the ice cream cone? 3. Ow! The stairs tripped me.
Yeah, I had that happen, then I died.
I didn't die. I'm at 93% health though. Just walking downstairs and all of a sudden I fell on my face. Like a fool. A fool!
See, that's one of the things that's interesting about Star Citizen, but I also hate at the same time in that it takes you fucking forever to do anything.
Can you say that again? You cut out a bit.
I said it in Star Citizen it takes you forever to do anything.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, for instance, I was like, hey, they got the Xenothreat event up, cool. Let me go. By the way, your server's full.
Alright.
I want to get to fucking Orison. Stop fucking crashing, stop bullshit.
No, I'll go to a new server. We'll do a party launch.
Okay, here, yeah, just come to main menu and we'll launch from there.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
Let me know when you're there.
I am in main menu, I think. Wait a minute. My screen froze. Yup. Yeah. Froze. I'm going to have to force quit and relaunch the game.
What's that? You ready?
No.
Oh.
By the way, I've been live for about almost 2 hours. Maybe a little over 2 hours. Zero
As opposed to being dead?
like live streaming the Star Citizen PTU. And 0 viewers the entire time. You are connected to login server number 4. You are currently positioned in queue as 1. Alright, now I'm loading. Alright, now I'm in the main menu. Now you are a go. Hooray, we're launching.
Drop to see the blizzard.
I am definitely blown away, more than I expected with Orison. Because I'm like, yeah, the big appeal to me for Crusader was the gas giant itself. You know, I wasn't really expecting much from Orison. But Orison really does deliver, I have to say. It doesn't feel... It seems like they are learning from their mistakes on the previous landing zones. You know, like, it doesn't feel disjointed or disconnected. It feels coherent. There's, you know, I love the idea where you have all these different aspects part of essentially one giant hotel complex, as opposed to the gym being part of the commons, but having to take a train to get there from your apartment in New Babbage. Especially since many buildings, especially these days, are either built or have installed gyms. Like I know a few buildings in the Bronx that have like apartment complexes that have gym buildings, or gyms in the like lower levels of the building. So it's nice to see. It's cool to see like a lot of reality being used and then as a base for the science fiction setting. Like I'm walking around, like I swear I've been here before, but in a parallel version of it in the real world. You know, it's like there are sections of Orston that feel like, you know, almost sci-fi rip-offs of real-world locations.
Do you have a marker for me? Because I do not.
I'm
see
still
one for
loading.
you. Okay. Well, that'd be why I don't have a marker for you.
Yeah. I think what I also need to do is switch over to windowed mode, because alt-tabbing is not impossible, just
I haven't had any problems tabbing around.
annoying. Still loading. By the way, titling the stream, was it the first ever fully explorable and rendered gas giant in a video game, is an accurate title, right?
Gotta be careful whenever you're claiming a first.
I said first fully explorable, fully rendered.
I probably wouldn't label it that, but at the same time, I don't fuck around with YouTube all that much.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not saying like what I'm trying to manipulate their algorithm to work for me instead of against me for a change. According to Google, the answer to what is the first fully rendered gas giant in a video game is a few Star Citizen videos, including this stream. So that's good.
Oh wow, I think almost all the ballistic guns in the Valkyrie are gone now. Yeah, all the guns on the Valkyrie are now laser. And I hate that. I really, really, really do not like that we are now forced to use energy weapons. You know, or rather, you have to use energy weapons or be ineffective in combat.
No, so looking it up a few times, according, it would seem that Crusader is the first explorable gas giant in a video game.
Cool.
So, hot diggity dog. I'm still staring at a loading screen. Now I loaded.
And I have a marker for you.
Hooray!
Because I know before...
I'm not wearing any of my armor, though.
What armor were you wearing before?
Some Inquisitor. Pretty much my normal setup, except different color. I'm experimenting since I have a shit ton of money now. With the PTU.
Yeah, so they got, in-game you can get for the Great Kite armor.
Yes, I was
can
going to
get-
do that before we started experiencing a lot of glitches.
You can get the blue at Orison on Orison alone, at least at this point, and then you can get the yellow version at the standard cargo decks.
Of any station.
Yeah.
Well, any station that has a cargo deck.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
like,
cool.
I know Everest Harbor has
Right.
one.
Like you can get the backpacks at all the
Yeah.
cargo decks as well as the Novikov and the. I think only some of the refineries have the whatchamface. That's raining NPCs. What's the heat version of the Novikov?
Pembroke.
Pembroke. Thank you. Because it's at a refinery, you can only get it because it's heat, and the refineries
I still
in
don't
themselves
know,
are a
though.
hot environment.
with the heat armor we're getting, which I believe is next patch, or at least it's scheduled to be finished in time for 3.15, I believe.
Yeah.
You know, don't know if it's actually going to be in 3.15. We'll see. But I don't get
Damn
with
it.
that. They're saying it's going to be a bespoke armor, so it's not modular.
Yeah, though they said that from the get-go, and I was kind of surprised.
Yeah. But my question then is, so we've already got the Pembroke, which is a bespoke, hot environment armor. How is the heat suit different? Does it just go to a higher extreme? Or what's different?
Or maybe it's not, or maybe it does a different classification of armor, like, whereas the Pembroke is heavy.
Yeah.
You know, maybe this
Also,
is a
it
light
could be
armor
too
or something. I don't know.
With like the armor archetypes, it could be that, like, maybe the Pembroke is a utility armor.
Maybe,
and
yeah.
The heat stuff is like a combat armor.
Or
something-
utility specialist armor or something.
Yeah. You know, it's possible it's something along those lines. But just as it is, and it's like I'm all for having multiple options for, you know, hey, I'm looking for something that does this. Well, cool, you have this, and this to choose from. Great, love it. But just as it is, we haven't heard at all how they differ.
Oh,
Mine.
okay, so the armor I was wearing, gone.
It's just gone out of your inventory?
It is not in my inventory. Yep.
Guess they're putting in Death of a Spaceman a little early, huh?
Oh, that shit, that means I lost my, that opaque helmet, too. That's a helmet that's on my account.
No, it's only PTU, though.
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying. That kind of sucks.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
I don't need the helmet on right now. Not in this atmosphere. Let's see. Ram is here. Take me to no! No, you bastards!
So we gotta keep it PG-13, huh?
You came right at opportune time. I'm literally, the door is closed on me as I was about to enter one of the trams.
Might as well join you guys in Star Citizen. I haven't touched
Yeah,
it.
we're in the PTU, just heads up.
Oh, well, shite. I don't have the ability to join the PTU.
We're testing out the
Yeah.
PTU and all of its glory.
Is it actually decent?
I mean, you're getting at least 7 frames per second on Orison, so.
wait, back up. You said 7 frames per second?
7.5 sometimes.
Approaching the station.
Jeez Louise.
Actually, let's see how much is it right now.
Say, is it time for you to get an update on your graphics card?
Last call for passengers. The shuttle
Probably.
is preparing to depart.
Give it a sec, it takes a little while. Don't close on me, you bastard. Okay, good. Not close.
Heck, I need to.
I'm getting 12 frames per second now.
Jeez Louise. All I know is that the
new
next
landing zone.
setup I'm making, I'm using a giant super tower ATX. Big old boy.
Nice.
But the problem is the graphics card I want. Yeah, you better luck finding it from a scalper. That's gonna make you pay out the wazoo. So now I'm gonna tell him to go screw off.
Well, whatever graphics card you get, make sure it has more video. Like, you know, the amount of video RAM it has on it is more important than graphics card itself.
Yeah, I would kind of figure I don't want no 2 or 4 gigabyte of freaking RAM.
Yeah, because otherwise you end up in with Bacterium. In his case, where he was not able to see you in the game, even though he was right next to you.
Approaching next station. If this is your
Because I mean, I still got my RX 480, which can still run it shockingly enough. I mean, even this doesn't, it does. But I think it does help out that I have 32 gigabytes of RAM. But sadly, that's the max this motherboard can take because it's that old. So I mean, it can run it. I mean, this was just a Frankenstein build. It wasn't very, thought out like I wanted it to.
Yeah, mine was planned, which is probably why it's able to run worse than it all right now.
But yeah. Because there was a whole bunch of other stuff I was
What
gonna
is
get.
this?
Because it would run Star Citizen quite fine, to be fairly honest. A couple thousand other
Hercules
games fine.
Hercules Starlifter main thruster. Oh wow, it's a whole animated 3D hologram showing you the detail of the thruster. That's pretty damn cool.
That's what I say, that's hot.
Speaking of hot, looks like there's something bright going on over there. Aw, you can't buy the little models of the Star Runners. They have little Mercury Star Runner models.
They still got so many games to play.
You can buy some Crusader hats though.
Crusader hats, oh god.
Crusader t-shirts.
Yes, that's gonna totally protect me from getting blown away by a assault rifle or shotgun.
It's like a psychological warfare. You wear that t-shirt and then they fear you.
If you can wear the t-shirt over the armor, that would be cool. That would also be funny.
You're like wearing this big heavy armor.
Put the hat on top of your helmet and try to put the hat on top of your
Look, I want to wear a swimsuit over my armor, okay?
Bikini specifically.
There you go.
Like it's being stretched.
There was a picture I've seen where it showed a guy in like cosplaying an ODST armor with like a lime green bikini over the ODST armor.
Yeah, I want to be able to wear like a t-shirt over your armor, and like you see you're wearing heavy armor, the shirt's being stretched to the point where there's rips and tears in it.
Like
or like a jacket or a coat.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think they did say that you won't be able to do that though.
Yeah, at least right now, for whatever reason.
In the foreseeable future, at least, yeah. Which
space
could mean
suits
anything between
and
like,
our
now
armor
and
that goes
5
on
years.
spacesuits and clothing are separate. They're completely different like systems somehow.
That sounds boring. Come on.
I just
At
wanted to
least
circle.
simple slight texture on top of one thing.
I think it's because of how the back end system for these things work.
Yeah.
Which obviously it all needs reworking anyways. So probably once they're able to do that, we'll be able to get our trench coats
There's a
over the
lot of
armor.
things that there's a lot of things that need to be reworked.
Oh, I mean, every person I talk to
Stop beating
that
around the
wants,
bush.
yeah, every person I talk to about like, oh, would you like to have a trench coat over your armor? They're like 110% yes.
Well, yeah, because that's hot. And plus, it makes you look badass. Come on.
It would be awesome if you can have a trench coat over your torso and leg armor, but have your arm armor over the trench coat arms. Just so that you can have the shoulder pads over the on the trench coat itself. I mean, alternatively, they could just make a trench coat that has shoulder pads.
Yeah, not good. Am I really gonna force myself to do it today?
Oh, I can see they're moving some cargo here. Hopefully, I don't get run over.
Yeah, and that thing, there's actually a crane that'll lift cargo off of that. Like, it doesn't just drive around in circles, like, the cargo actually moves off of there.
Right now, I'm crouched walking behind it, like I'm using it for cover.
Making me appear. God damn it.
Alright, found the gray cat armor. I'm gonna buy me some. In
Yeah,
bulk.
it's nice. It's a medium armor. I haven't been in FPS combat with it, so I don't know how exactly it holds up, but it definitely looks nice.
I just bought 1,000 of the helmets.
But why?
Well, I said I'm buying them all in bulk, especially since every time I go into a server at the PTU, it's gonna take me out. So.
I was talking to someone the other day about that, and I'm like, yeah, this is why I always buy in bulk. So it's like,
exactly.
Oh no, I just died and lost all my gear. Well,
good thing I have 3,000 spares.
And there's all my shit.
Yeah. I haven't bought any of the multi-tool stuff yet. I mean, I really don't know what I'm going to be using the multi-tool and the PTU.
If Xeno Threat runs up again,
That's
then
true.
the Tractor Beam tool.
So let me buy the tractor beam in bulk here and some multi-tools in bulk in case people.
Oh
need
yeah,
them.
I told you that the Great Kite armor is missing the tube on the right arm.
Yes, you
It went
did.
from the wrist to backpack.
I'm going to check. I'm going to put it on in a second. I want to see what they have underseat wise. Oh, nothing good. Pants. I wonder if they have the King the Conqueror hat here. They do not. They do have my favorite hat though, the Iron Band. It's this hard hat with this super convoluted ocular piece that extends a good, I want to say like 3-4
Some
inches
kind of
from your.
monocle scope bullshit.
Yeah, it extends a pretty decent from your distance from your face. Will you ever need it? Will you ever use it? No. But do you want it anyways? Absolutely.
I don't want to. I want to have attachments on my fucking helmet and shit.
They do
Or-
have
or-
that. Like
or at
with the
least
current
more,
system, they have the armor, the helmet flare that like we can never use because I don't know how or where you.
Well, yeah. What's like we don't have any flare. Like as far as I'm aware, there isn't any that exists for us to have right now.
Nope. I mean, there are some subscriber flare, and that's about it.
Like what?
The kitten flare for the dust up helmet.
What is it though? Like describe it to me.
It's like attachments that go on the helmet. There's no functionality. It's just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like that's the kind of straight. Like I want to be able to modify the appearance of our armor as well as functionality.
Well, the
But
functionality stuff
that'll
we have to
come
wait
with-
until the armor archetypes gets it. Until
Do
then,
we know? Is there any specific tech that's waiting on, or?
not that I'm aware of actually. I don't know.
It's just probably.
I
waiting on
assume there's definitely something. Otherwise it'd be in, but or at the very least we'd hear about it. But I assume it's probably
Maybe they're waiting for the
building
personal
blocks?
integration at minimum.
Maybe they're probably waiting for it's probably a combination of things like server meshing, better OCS with the building blocks, the UI system, and physicalized inventory and that kind of stuff. Okay, I'm in a full set now of Great Cat armor.
I feel like I want to bash myself in the wall because I don't know what to play now. God help me.
Play Half-Life.
Now, that's the weird thing. I used to play Half-Life all the time when I was younger on my brother's computer. But I don't own Half-Life, but I own all the other games. Nope, none of the Half-Life.
So Portal.
There's
and-
also a lot of good mods for it.
yeah.
Well,
I
technically
have
speaking,
yet
I could
to.
just play Gary's mod and it'd just be the closest thing ever with all the mods.
Well, also, dude, do you have on Steam? Do you have Black Mesa? 'Cause
Yes,
I would buy
that. Oh my
Actually,
god,
I
yeah,
think I do.
that is
Because
so
that's
good.
essentially Half-Life 1 remade in the
Half-Life 2
Source engine,
Yeah.
the Half-Life 2 engine.
So what? I get to watch them build a Hercules Starlister here.
Maybe it's not installed? Well, I thought I just saw it, and I just passed it, and why you should keep on scrolling, go back. Let's see, there's a bunch of Arma that I don't have installed anymore. Oh, no, that one.
Yeah, I had to uninstall Alien Isolation in order to install the PTU. And while I was at it, I decided to remove a bunch of programs from my
Yeah, I own
drive.
it. Yeah, I own it.
So now with the PTU installed, I have more free space on my hard drive than I did when it wasn't.
Good sir, you have no idea how much space I have still left.
How big is your SSD?
Now the games I own. Kill me, daddy. I have too much.
Maybe even 3 much.
I have way too much. I have that problem where I have so much that I don't know what to do with it.
I still need to go and get my Fallout 4, at the very least, to a loadable state, because right now I've got so many mods in that at this point the game will not load. I have to merge them under a certain amount for it to load.
Crap.
And just the process
Well,
for doing this is so convoluted.
This is what I did for 4 and New Vegas, because I recently got back into New Vegas. 'Cause I was like, you know what, screw it, I haven't touched that child in a long time, so might as well.
Please don't say it that way again.
Hello, FBI? Yes, this post right here.
But last time I played Fallout 4 was not Fallout 4. Fallout New Vegas was a long time ago, and when I got when I opened up Vortex for it, it was just a hopple mess of disgusting.
Honestly,
So
fuck Vortex. I hate it.
I hate it too, but that's the only thing
I've been trying to get
I have to
into,
use Vortex and the Fallout, the old school Fallout Manager thing.
I still use
it to work.
Nexus. I still use Nexus Mod Manager.
Really?
I have
Is it good?
Nexus, shockingly enough.
Yeah, there's still community updates. Like, it's not completely abandoned. You know, the official team isn't supporting anymore, but
I recently tried getting into the Master Chief Collection mods. Like, there's a bunch of mods I want to try. A lot of them are broken right now.
Collection in a long time. It still needs to update. It's just sitting there saying wanting to update. I'm like, no.
Part of so those was it like quarterly updates or whatever they do for all those seasons that they have. It fucks with the
all the
mod.
games on there now?
What was that?
Are all the
except
games
for
on there?
4.
All of them except for 5th.
I love how one says 4, one says 5th, and I'm looking.
Well,
Or, I'm sorry, yeah, all of them
no,
are
we
5,
played
sorry.
4 together
4
once.
is in,
Yeah, no,
5 is not.
it's 5 that's not on there. Thank God.
Yeah, which is the worst.
It is the worst.
Well, have you seen the new one?
It looks
Well-
good, but looks can be deceiving.
I say at first, because I remember like the first time like everyone was talking about it when they saw like the gameplay of it. And
Yeah,
how
which, by the way, that
bullets were, I'm like why would someone do that to them?
Yeah, like, look, whether the problem with that is like, I'm complaining still because we haven't seen raw gameplay footage, like something that will actually instill confidence, at least in me. And and people are like, oh well, what about the footage from 2020?
Hey, don't take the Lord's name in vain.
I want to take your money.
And I've had people tell me like, what about the footage from 2020?
My ship
I'm like,
just
that's out
randomly
of date
fucking
now.
blew up in Orison. I'm getting fucking tired of all these goddamn explosions.
You're blowing up too.
Yeah, I was in a fucking Valkyrie and just like it's like for fuck's sake.
Try the Car2 All.
I'll try it, but I'm like, this is the 5th time I've tried to get to Orison just fucking today.
Yeah, I lucked out with only having
Like, if this
died
doesn't
twice.
work, I'm fucking done for tonight. So I'm just like, this is ridiculous. I can't keep traveling across the entire fucking universe just to die.
Why not land at
But
all?
don't worry,
first?
we're gonna implement Death of a Spaceman soon. What could go fucking wrong?
Yeah, land at
I've
all.
got my really.
I
with
landed
all
at
the
All-Star
30Ks
first.
we've had.
So that should make things a little easier. Land at All-Star and then go
I'm
from
not
to
happy
Crusader.
to go back to play it. The Outer Worlds. I haven't touched that in a long time. Either.
Outer Worlds, yeah, I need to.
Yeah.
I played it for free through Xbox Game
Technically
Pass.
speaking,
So
it's a whole lot better than the rest of the Fallout series.
that's true. Yeah, it's not.
I mean, to be honest, it's made by the guys who made Fallout New Vegas, and those guys made that game in fucking less time than the team that made Fallout 3, and they made it better, in my opinion. Yeah, it was janky at first, but once you fix the problem, it's about 1,000 times better than the actual goddamn 3. And 3's buggy as shit still.
Definitely has that feel. It's not as perfect as New Vegas is in terms of storytelling and characters and how you interact with the world.
It's as good as it can be. I mean, let alone the team that made it still makes it in such an amount of time. I mean, I don't even think how long was Outer Worlds? But I mean, New Vegas was made in less time. I think Outer Worlds was kind of in that ballpark range. But it takes Bethesda's, little sister to do better than them.
Because they're shit at writing.
Yeah, that's true.
And they refuse to learn from this fact.
Let alone choices. I mean,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like Fallout New Vegas gave them a perfect
Another shuttle.
checklist to go through and be like, hey, people really like this. Well, let's do that in our next game. And they deliberately went and threw it to the side and said,
They went
"Fuck this,
backwards.
Fuck you."
They went backwards
And then
with
they go,
Fallout
huh,
4.
people didn't like the game. Weird. Crazy, huh? Like, for fuck's sake, you were literally given a fucking cheat sheet. Piece of shit.
No, seriously, they went backwards with Fallout 4. Voicing, like, in a heavy, unless you're doing, like, a pre-established character, like, you know, The Witcher, or Cyberpunk, even though Cyberpunk falsely advertised that, you know, falsely advertised that aspect, you know, like, you don't have voice lines for your protagonist. Like, that's the whole, because
Well, I mean,
then it limits the
everything
freedom
they
of...
wrote about the character in Fallout 4 was, you know, the entire game was based on, you are not role-playing your character, you get to play our character.
Right, which is why I say, like,
terrible.
you know, unless that's what you're specifically doing, you know, like your like Mass Effect does it pretty well. But
Yeah, I mean, Mass Effect did it well, The Witcher did it well, but
Exactly.
it was already established that you are this character.
You
But
were the
even
chosen
then, even... Yeah, because like Mass Effect, you got to choose, am I a good guy, am I a bad guy, am I a monster, am I a savior? You got to choose. Whereas with Fallout 4, you did not have that option. Now, The Witcher does do kind of the same kind of thing, but you still have at least some choices where you're like, am I a complete and utter asshole? Or am I generally doing the right thing? It was still up to you. The choices were more limited, but I would say Fallout 4 limits your choices even more than it does in The Witcher.
yeah, and the thing is, like, with the case of Commander Shepard, you know, it's, yeah, you're playing as a pre-established character, but the difference is you get to choose which version of this character they created you get to be. You know,
So like, you can go around and just be slaughtering people. You know, you can be abandoning people to their horrible deaths.
you know, do you
If
be
you
evil
so
chef, do
desire,
you
you
be
can
good
play it.
chef? Yeah, exactly.
also
Fem
with
chef.
Fallout 4's problem, the whole story, pretty much the end game storyline. That was my real problem. I fucking had the most.
Oh, you mean the lack of
well,
choice there?
When you
You get to the
Brotherhood-
Institute.
It's essentially
And
screw
then
over the
it's like-
Brotherhood or screw over the Institute. There's no in between. There's no really anything else. It's very linear in that. It's very
Yeah.
binary.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with linear as long as it's done well, but I would say Fallout 4 storyline was okay, not great, but okay, up until you first enter the Institute. At that point, when it's revealed, spoilers for those who might not be aware watching the stream, if you so desire
we're
to
on the
avoid
stream?
Fallout 4
Going
spoilers,
hallway?
mute now. Anyway,
Bye, Joseph. No kidding.
when it's revealed that father is Sean,
Sean!
and it's like, wait a minute, okay, this, and it was a interesting twist, but at that point, in my opinion, the entire story falls apart. Because we never get to learn why it is the Institute is doing the horrible things they do. We never get to learn why it is that Sean is going and being such an asshole of enslaving people, killing people, all this horrible stuff. We never get a reason for that, and yet we're told, oh, by the way, you should join us. Why the fuck would I ever join you? Honestly, I had a pet theory, and honestly, there's only one piece of evidence that flies in its face, but I had a pet theory that father is actually not Sean, the real Sean is actually the kid, and father is just a really, really good manipulator. And there's only one terminal entry that flies in the face of it, and that was Doc Lee's terminal, where she's talking about the
kid where he'll never be able to grow
synth
up.
Sean program she's working on. Beyond that, it could totally work. But as it is, at that point, it's like okay, it's you're getting led by the nose to this point. Boom, there you go. But then it's like the story just it falls apart. There's no more momentum to it, and it just becomes these endless grind missions for the factions, and then it's like, oh, you either destroy the Institute or you join the Institute.
Yeah.
And just there's just nothing else to the story.
No, you don't have to use the Minutemen to kill them.
And it was terrible.
Yeah, because here's my thing. I mean, whenever Bethesda took over fucking the Fallout universe to begin with, let's just be frank, 1 and 2, in my opinion, are still my favorite ones. Even though they're isometric and old as shite.
Oh, but the isometric thing is
their story was a whole lot better.
Yeah.
In terms of, I mean, heck, when you see the Fallout 4 universe now, or not Fallout 4 universe, the Fallout
so
universe
bright
now,
compared to the dark and
too bright,
pessimistic future of Fallout 1 and 2.
They keep it 250s style.
Right.
Yeah.
Because in 1 and 2, they weren't that full on 50s.
They always did have the 50s thing, but it wasn't focused so much on that 50s art style as it was the fact that pretty much the entire world is effectively dead and you're barely surviving as it is.
Well, no, I mean saying like from before the nukes went off, it was 250s on 3, 4, well technically 4, really the most. Back in the old ones, it wasn't that close. It had more of that 50s to go into almost 70s to 80s kind of era.
It's kind of a mix between the two. I mean, it was kind of like it had the visual and the feel of the 50s, but with the problems and kind of the mentality, I want to say the mentality was kind of a blend of the 50s and 80s, because you had the energy type thing, like in the 80s where, for instance, Chernobyl, 1986, with the nuclear fallout of that. So it's kind of like, okay, instead of nuclear fallout, it was the lack of fossil fuels that resulted in prioritizing nuclear and atomic energy in the Fallout universe.
I mean, it is what it is. Either way, I mean, let alone the problem with Jet, I mean...
Oh yeah, where they completely retconned Jet.
3, 4, and... Yeah, 3 and 4.
I think it was 4 that did it. 3, I think, stayed to the lore.
I thought they...
I think it was a vault.
Maybe, hold on, let me check it.
I think it was a Vault in 4 where they had, whichever game had the vault with the drug addicts, which I think is 4, where essentially it was a vault. The social experiment was have a vault full of drug addicts, and within 5 years you clean them up, and then once they're clean, you reveal a closet full of chems, and one of the chems in that closet was Jet, which was created in during Fallout 2.
Fallout 3.
Was it Fallout 3, really?
Yeah. Because the fact that Jet was everywhere in Fallout 3, but the problem is because it was on the West Coast.
Right.
It didn't fully get to that point in Fallout 3 on the East Coast.
Well, I mean, Fallout 3 is still 200 years after the bombs fell, so you could still argue that.
Yeah, but when did that kid create them in Fallout 2?
Yeah.
Oh, well, actually, I'm reading this. Never mind. This could be easily justified. Perhaps merchants ended up selling these on the East Coast, but we found strange in Fallout 4, Jet is mentioned everywhere in pre-war terminals.
Which that doesn't make sense.
3 had slightly a problem, but could be justified with the merchants. 4, not so much.
4 just blew. Well, also,
the biggest
problem was, like Merc said, you had a pre-war vault that had Jet in it. References to Jet in all the terminals, because Bethesda was just showing we don't give a fuck about the lore. Because it's like that's a real simple thing though, that anyone who actually played the original games will go, hey, wait a minute, this wasn't around back then.
Right, and I remember a lot of people going, hey, wait a minute,
any references
Jet was created by that crazy kid.
You mean the one I let die? I mean, he deserved death. I mean, he was the worst. I mean,
the dude made a drug using cow dung. Sorry, irradiated cow dump.
But I mean, he deserved to die 1,000 times fold.
He made a psychedelic addictive drug using cow poop.
Yeah.
Or what's the Brahmin crap? That's another thing too. Is Jet required post-bombs, post-war cattle essentially to be able to be made. Oh, it's morning here. Early morning.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I mean, that's why I played a heck with Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas and 3 with mods. I mean, New Vegas is good, but with mods...
New Vegas is good, but you need the mod just to stabilize it. That's the problem that New Vegas has. It's like
you need mods to make it
story-wise,
better.
it is awesome because it's made by the guys that it's made by the guys who were part of the original Fallout 1 and 2 teams.
Yeah.
So like
But
the lore there is fine.
It's a shitty engine.
Yeah, just
Honestly,
the game
it would be
itself runs
amazing
horribly.
if Microsoft could go and be like, hey, we're going to go and grab what people we can from the original dev teams of Fallout, meaning, you know, Obsidian, you know, from the time, again, when it was first created, and have them just on a permanent Fallout team, you know, for as long as they want.
By the way, you know what would be awesome? A Fallout game in the Outer Worlds engine. Because the Outer Worlds, you know, whether you like it or not, the Outer Worlds plays solid. Gunplay is solid. The graphics are. I mean, you can adjust the graphics on the engine. It's not that difficult.
I would say the world wasn't open enough, in my opinion, for.
Yeah, but that I don't feel that was that could be an
work.
engine limitation. We don't know, but I would say that was probably more just because it was a AA game when it was developed and it only after it was finished and started to be pushed.
There's a second
marketing wise,
Outer Worlds
Microsoft picked it up.
But then now with the space game for Bethesda, which I'm thinking going to be using
the
same
Creation Engine 2.
Yeah, because I think they're
They're using Creation Engine 2, which just might be a less buggy version, or either that, or it's going to be prettier, but still as buggy and crappy.
If anything, it's, I mean, probably be slightly the same engine they use on 76, which is absolute shite anyway.
I really hope that the look, I don't want
Rule
Starfield
of
to
hope
fail.
For the Bethesda, a city is the only one I really care about. If they can do Outer Worlds 2, fine. I'm fine with that. Yeah. But I'm just saying, the space game they have. Damn, I keep on forgetting the name for it. What is it called? Starfield, yeah. I mean, we saw the trailer, but it was just a trailer. I mean.
Oh, the best part about it was
gameplay.
they advertised it to be a game. Todd Sweet Little Lies Howard, comes on stage and says gameplay, and then they show a cinematic, and it's kind of like, wait a minute.
Yeah, and I was like, cool, gameplay, let's see it. And it's like, hey, here's a video. And I'm like,
thanks?
Where's the gameplay?
Yeah,
Where's the gameplay, Todd? Where's the gameplay?
And it's like, you know, sure, we've still got a little over a year until it's supposed to release.
By the way, I
At
was
the
not
same
expecting
point-
it to be that soon,
Yeah, I'm not expecting
which
that.
kind of worries me.
What the hell's even this? Like, do we know anything about the story?
No, nothing. We barely
It's
know
in
anything about the
space.
game.
Okay.
That cinematic was the first thing we've gotten about the game besides the fact that it exists.
Aside from the reveal trailer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was literally just like a picture
Of a station.
a space
Or
station,
satellite
that
or
was
something, and then just the logo.
Because I'm getting the
appeared.
impression that they're using the building crap from 4 to 76. And they're gonna apply it to space because it seems like
God.
we're probably colonizing.
No. I hear
That's what my
no.
guess is. I mean, we might find aliens. Who knows what the story's gonna be?
Oh my god, you know what'd be really cute if they did the Zaytans in that game?
Oh God!
You get to run
just
with the
Just
Zaytans.
kill them all.
Please no.
That was a good DLC though, Mothership Zeta.
It was. I liked it. At the same point, like
No, I know they'll keep the universes separate. I agree.
yeah.
I was just being silly. Like no, like you know, it'd be cute.
It'd be like the whole thing of like, oh, Skyrim is just a future Fallout 4 universe. Like it's like no.
Why would Skyrim be the future?
It wouldn't be the future.
I forgot what it was, but I'm pretty sure it was that fault. Like something happened with the fucking bombs, whatever that led.
Oh,
to...
so it essentially creates like everyone's a mutant with
You do
powers
realize
and
it's a
shit.
different
That's
planet,
the magic
right?
explained.
Well, obviously yes, but that doesn't stop these
Like,
guys.
not Earth planet. I mean, talking. It was a whole different planet entirely.
Yeah, I am
technically
aware.
speaking, the Skyrim universe can be technically in that Fallout 4 universe, just not anywhere near Earth.
Well, the thing of it is, though,
The shuttle is
But still
the
kinda shitty.
world of Tamriel is specifically referenced as not being a three-dimensional planet like what we have.
So it's a flat Earth. Flat Earth confirmed.
To a degree, yes. Like, it's been confirmed that, like, oh, the stars, like, it's not like the stars you see in the sky of Oblivion or Skyrim or any of those games. Those are not, like, you couldn't just go, oh, if I, go up far enough, I'm going to see a star. Like, no, those are, like, there's actually, like, a fabric of reality out there that this
Right, because
is shining
the whole
through.
universe of Skyrim is about
Like, you're
magic
talking
and
about a D&D
destiny
kind of
and
universe kind of thing.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's fucking
yeah.
weird
Well,
as
again,
shit.
the whole universe it's a like magic and destiny and fate and the stars align, all that kind of stuff. Like it's all connected to a specific type of
Not to mention,
storytelling.
too, it's been confirmed that Oblivion itself is quite literally just a god dreaming. Or, I'm sorry, the world of Tamriel, all of existence is a god's dream. And if the god wakes up, the end.
That's hot.
So every time he wakes up, that's when you're logging out of the game. When you log back in, that's when he starts going back to sleep.
Essentially, apocalypse and everything gets destroyed and people rebuild. What people come out from the end of that rebuild from whatever is left.
Still, I miss the good old days when story was actually the one thing games did good at. Now it's just trash. I kind of slightly blame inner office politics and stuff like that. It seems like it's getting a little bit crazy, or putting the way too many political stuff that does not need to be in there.
Oh, you want to talk about that? That's
I'm fine
yeah.
with politics being in games, but like where it's not shoved down your throat kind of thing.
It also
Well,
it shouldn't.
Having politics in games is fine. Having political messages is fine. It's when it's very clearly being used as an allegory for real world politics and having that shoved down your throat. It's like, oh, okay, come on, guys. It's like if you want to go and write a game about this, that, the other thing, sure. As long as you write the story well, cool, no problem. It's when it's very clearly, the game is being used very clearly as a vehicle to shove their real world message down your throat. That's a whole lot less fun.
Even though that whole world message is now falling apart and everyone's starting to realize it now. For once.
Yeah, and that's the thing is going back even like 5 years, we were all sick of this shit anyways, of this politics getting into our games and into our movies and TV shows and comic books, and how it's all lecturing you and telling you how your ideology is wrong, and you have to think like the hive mind
Remember,
ideology.
They think socialism is good. It's never good.
No, they think socialism and communism are good. Both of which have been consistently proven to fail.
As long as you are part of the ruling party, which they all think they will be, as long as you are
At the
part
moment,
of
they kind of are.
Socialism fucking wonderful.
Unfortunately, they are at the moment.
Everyone else, and you get to go and choose who gets the crumbs. It's when you're part of the everyone else that it's not as fun, because you get everything taken from you, and if you're lucky, maybe you get a crumb here and there. Or maybe you end up in a mass grave. One of the two. But for the people who get to distribute the crumbs, hey, I get a fucking pile of crumbs for myself because, hey, that's how this works. And I get to choose which of my friends or the people who have pleased me enough get whatever crumbs are left.
Pretty much. That's a sad thing.
Until eventually it all comes toppling down, as it always does.
Exactly, that's the thing, is communism and socialism.
Hell, have you been hearing
all
about what's
these-
going on in Cuba?
Yeah, that's my point. That's what I'm getting at. It's like all
Well, I mean, people are fleeing it. Again!
Yes, because America is still the best country to go to. Because you can say things, you can say, "Oh,
Yeah,
I don't
for
agree
now.
with what they're doing in government right now," and not get executed for it.
But one thing I do
Dean
hate
Cain said
how our government is
recently
telling them
in an
to fuck off.
interview, Dean Cain, the guy that played Superman in the '90s on Lois and Clark, the New Adventures of Superman show. By the way, great show. He said in an interview that people are flocking over here because of how great it is, and then you have, people like Marvel Comics right now. I should really say Disney Marvel Comics since they bought them, having Captain America be anti-America. He no longer believes in the American dream.
I actually want to know a really funny part. There was an actually old comic that had him kind of slightly against America at one point because he was pretty pissed off.
Right, that's
what
when he
we did in
became
Vietnam.
nomad, but that's because of what the country was doing. He still believed in the dream, the American dream, as we all
He just-
know and love it.
They grab with people.
He was just because the country itself was going against that dream. He decided to, effectively leave his post, as it were. And there's also another great comic, Daredevil comic by Frank Miller, where he confronts a warmongering general, and he says to him the general's like, Captain, I was surprised to see you. I'm sure, because he was, I don't even remember the specifics of the story. It was involving a character called Nuke. But essentially, the general was the bad guy of the story, and he's talking to Captain how loyalty and this and that, and Cap just goes, I'm not loyal to anyone except the dream, except the ideals that America stands for, not specific people in America. Because the whole point of Captain America is supposed to be the embodiment of the American dream, and America's strength of fighting, the fight for what's right type thing. And now you turn that against what he is.
I mean, I can understand not that part, the the full-on anti-American thing.
Well, it's because they want to use these characters to push their political narrative to indoctrinate young children to then think like them.
Now, one thing I do kind of hate is when they made him. There was some what was that whole debacle? They made him gay or something.
Who?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, they made Captain America gay.
No, they made him a Nazi.
No. That's the.
I forgot what character. I think I know what you were
They
talking
made
about.
Bobby Drake, Iceman, gay.
Yeah. And it's like in the comics, he's.
I have several X-Men issues
been
where he
attracted
is
to
very
women,
not
gone
gay.
out with women, and what I loved too was how they did it to where it was like, hey,
They had another character
I don't
tell
really
them.
think
That's how
that's
they
really
did
the
it.
case, and you literally had a woman just going and saying, I think it was Jean Grey just going, no, you're gay.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're going to dictate to me who I am?
Well, she does
Come
have
on,
the power
get
to
it.
manipulate your mind.
Well, I mean, it's just the whole point of LGBT is to go, hey, I am my own person. You don't tell me who I am. I am my own person. And to have someone supposedly representing this doing that exact same thing, the very thing that you are supposed to be against, it's like, wait a minute. This goes against everything.
Well,
you
that's the thing is they're talking about
support.
representation, but they're not representing these people they claim to be representing.
Sure, they're
Because
all just
for three reasons. One, the way they're representing them, everyone that I know that's either bi or gay or whatever hate this shit. Two is their representation is not it's not like first off, it's the character is that they're gay. That's just not a character. That's a character trait, not a character. And third, it's a caricature. Thank you. And third, notice how they always have small roles, insignificant roles, because it's for them to edit out those characters or those specific scenes involving them being gay or whatever it is, for their Chinese CCP masters.
The funny part is the Chinese, the actual people over there, do not like gay people at all.
No, they don't. That's why they edit it out. That's why they edit it out, and then they give it the small roles so they can edit it out for the Chinese
Don't
audience.
forget the black people roles.
Same thing. Same problem.
They don't even like Finn from freaking the shitty sequel that's gone now. Praise the
No,
Lord,
there's that whole story where they edited him out of the poster because in China, they're super racist and anti-human rights there. They have fucking concentration
yeah.
camps for the Uyghurs. So.
If I remember my actual history correctly, the reason why they don't like black people in general, all the Asian countries over there, they view them as demons. Last time I remember.
Why?
Something to do with that stuff. Their cultures.
Oh, it's cultural shit. Way back when old traditions kind of bullshit.
Right, and they still abide by that shit.
They saw us
so.
at first, the white people, they thought us as ghosts. And then black people as demons. Because they view demons as black.
But remember, their bigotry is okay because they're them. No one else is.
It's okay because it's against white people and it's against men. And it's okay to be racist against men and it's against whites. And it's okay to be sexist against men.
Being racist against black people. It's okay for China to be racist.
Well, the way
at
least, I mean, and I could be giving them too much credit here, but you know, it's possible that the reason they're doing this is, you know, okay, you know, before women's rights and, you know, voting rights and all that, and you know, Civil Rights Act in 60s, you know, and way before that, or, you know, before the Civil War, you know, they're probably like, okay, we'll see, you guys have mistreated women and black people for so long, now we're getting back at you, when that is not equality, that is just, you know, just reverse diversity, reverse diversifying,
and even worse,
whatever,
it's not even against
division,
the person who hurt you, it's against someone completely unrelated to them who maybe sort of looks similar to them. Like, it's completely fucked. It's also, too, if you were to subscribe to that, it's like, okay, hey, look, if that's the game you want to play, okay, but that means now then that other people are justified for attacking you for things you never did, your family never did, but that someone who vaguely kind of sort of looked like you did hundreds, if not thousands of years in the past. That's what it's saying. It's saying it's perfectly fine to attack someone for what someone who vaguely resembled you has no relation.
He just cut out for you too, Joseph.
Nothing bad. Flood. And once the fallout comes down, hopefully whoever's left will be able to pick up the pieces and make a better life than this bullshit. Because honestly, that's the only way it's gonna fucking end. Because otherwise, because what it really is, when you really get down to it, it's no. No one else gets to play by these rules. I get to play by these rules. Everyone else has to play by the actual civilized rules of, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, you have to be nice. But I get to not be nice. I get to be as mean as I want because I'm a victim. Not because anything happened to me, but because of what happened to people who kind of sort of maybe resembled me in the past. I'm a victim. That's literally what it is.
And that's the thing is too, is like, and they're teaching this shit in schools now. At least in public schools. And I know a lot of people have been flocking to private schools to avoid this.
Race theory, Shiza?
Yeah. By the way, when I first heard of CRT, I'm like, what? Like, it was a article in the paper about some group was making a TV ad, was buying ad space for their anti-CRT thing, and I'm like, why are they anti-TVs? And who uses CRT TVs anymore? And I'm like, oh, CRT is, okay. What the fuck? Like, well, okay, it's an actual thing, and it's evil. Okay, great.
I just love, too, that it seems like we've seen good has become evil. Everything's been twisted on its head to where, you know, because like I said, when I grew up, and I'm 30 right now, so I'm kind of an old fucking fart.
Hey. You sound 40.
when I was growing up, the idea was that you treat everyone equally. At the end of the day, the goal was that everyone is on the same playing field. We treat everyone the same, regardless of if you're gay, if you're straight, if you're black, if you're white, if you're male, if you're female. Everyone is the same. We're all just human beings. That was the entire fucking point of Martin Luther's I Have a Dream speech, is that we are all equal. That's what he wanted to see for his children. And that's being completely pissed on by almost all people who claim to be fighting for civil rights these days, because now it's all about, we all need to be different. It's about
that's what sickens me, is they
people,
fancy
not
themselves,
being the same.
They fancy themselves civil rights activists and even, like, you know, do all this, you know, sing the songs and all this shit.
They are the worst racists.
But they're the ones that are causing the problem. They're literally
Yeah,
making
they
the problem
really
that
are.
they're
Because
claiming
honestly,
to solve.
I
That's
would
the problem.
say
They're making the problem that they're then
No, they
claiming needs to
really
be
are.
solved.
Forget the Democrats were the slave owners.
Like, look,
Yeah, well, I
I'm
mean,
gonna,
they were the party of the KKK. They were the party of racism. And man, did it ever piss them off when the Republican Party was formed specifically to stand against racism, which is why they'll claim, oh, there was this big old switch back in the 50s, and everything just somehow switched around. So just ignore that. Ignore that. That wasn't us. That wasn't okay. When they are very clearly being racist day in, day out, they haven't changed. They're trying to change the definitions of everything so they can claim that
well, also,
they have, but
and that's
they
part of the
haven't
problem.
changed.
Like, recently, I mean, look, I don't want to get too into this, but recently the whole thing with the voting laws and how everyone has to, they need to make it, it's essentially, they're saying it's like, it's systemically racist for them to have voter ID requirements for voting laws, which is fucking absurd. Especially since, they make it sound like, and this, I forget, a comedian, something Horowitz did this a few years ago, because some schmuck said, like, that, okay, black people in Harlem can't get, phones or IDs, and then this comedian proceeds to go to Harlem and then ask around, hey, can you get, like, you heard what this guy said, you can get IDs. It's like, yeah, DMV's right over there, pal, like, they're, like, what are these people talking about? They're so disconnected from the reality that we all live in. And the problem is, like, and you look at everyone that's in office right now, and for the most part, they're all kind of posh, I'm blanking on the word.
People.
Like, people that were, pampered and, like, they never had to work a day in their lives.
They are the elites, quite
Exactly.
literally.
Alright, so I'm gonna.
America.
You
getting
guys have to watch
political
this video
in
here.
Anything but patriotic.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
what I do find
maybe.
funny is that we have all of these people who want to try to lecture morality and ethics to us, and time again, we're seeing that a lot of these organizations, like for instance, what was it, Ubisoft, where they were hiring like the diversity officers.
They
and shit.
announced that they're going to
And
start
it's like,
hiring
when
for
you actually
diversity and
hear
representation.
stories
Marvel
from
Comics does it
the
already. Disney
employees,
does it already.
they are the worst offenders.
Disney and Marvel are specifically the worst offenders. Agreed. And they
Like,
and they
you are
hire
doing
they
the
will
exact
hire
things you
writers
claim
and
to be against,
artists.
and yet you want to lecture us
They
on morality?
will
Are you
hire artists
fucking
and
kidding
writers in the comics for based on skin color, based on gender, based on sexual orientation, and yeah, that sort of shit, which is completely disgusting. Essentially, you're saying is you're hiring based on not their qualities, because their qualifications, because you look at the comics today, and some of the art's absolute garbage. The writing, I don't think I can even call that writing. It's an insult to writers everywhere, including myself. And it's political propaganda that's meant to indoctrinate people. That's what it is. That's why they do it. That's why they started. You notice if you look back in time, you'll see all this political propaganda bullshit. The woke stuff started in pop culture first, in entertainment, in video games, movies, TV shows, comics, etc. And now it's in real world stuff, like in the teachings in schools and curriculum and stuff. It started in your entertainment and into your escapism to slowly indoctrinate you into then believing it, and then it would evolve into or devolve, I should say, into extending outwards from entertainment and into society as a whole through whether it's school systems and education, whether it's through children's books and stuff, like not like entertainment books, but like educational books and stuff like that. And now it's going into policy, into government policies. With the voting thing, it started with entertainment, and now it is working its way through the various systems of our society, so that they can then make it, so they can eventually retroactively turn America into a communist state, into a socialist state, and And that's really, I'm just going to be bluntly honest, that's kind of how I see it.
Well,
right
at the
now.
very least, maybe not even socialistic, but definitely away from America as it used to be in being
They want to make it where if you say something against them,
world of equality,
they
world
can
of freedom.
say you're racist, you're evil, you're sexist, you're whatever, and then, if they eventually get their way, I could be going to an extreme here, but if they get their way and make it where it's illegal to say these things, they can freaking execute you for saying something that they don't agree with. I mean, that's what USSR did. That's what the Czars did. That's what Cuba does. That's what North Korea does. What China does.
Well, and the thing of it is, I think there's at least some politicians who would absolutely love that, especially because they think that, oh hey, once we get to this wonderful world, I'm going to be one of the ones on top. No, you're going to be one of the first ones fucking killed by the ones who are actually going to consolidate power, and you're going to be fucking dead. And you're going to be around two. Round one is going to be the enemies of the state, which is anyone who openly disagreed with us. Round two of executions is going to be you and all the useful little fucking idiots. And then after that, it's anyone who ever disagrees with the regime. Until it all comes falling down a couple hundred years later, and
Yeah. All right, so you got to watch this video, Cam. Look through the stream if you can. It is this is an
Where is it
interview that
posted?
Dean. I think it's check the news and events channel.
what's channel?
News and events. I think it's I message everyone with it. So.
You mean the out of context one, or?
Oh, I put the video itself in out of context as well. If you want to just watch the video
There's
straight
too
up.
many channels.
Hey,
Captain
blame him.
America.
But here,
I
just,
don't. Okay,
And
what server?
anything
First of all,
Probably on the
Community
other
Hub.
the latest Marvel
The one we're in.
comic series released right
Okay,
before
what's
Independence
channel?
Day.
Well, the issue
the video itself is in out of context, but the stream link is in news and
Okay.
events.
Oh, it's asking for my birthday.
America,
God, I feel
getting
old
political and anything
You are
but
old.
patriotic in the latest Marvel
I'm only
comic series
24,
released
man.
right before Independence Day.
Well, the
at
issue
you,
claims,
though.
quote, the first American dream is the
I
one
do
that
feel old.
isn't real. It's one some people expect to just be handed to them, when the truth is it never really
Fox
existed
News
in
one?
the first place. Other cultures, immigrants, we're at our best when we keep no one out. A good dream is shared radically, shared with everyone. When something isn't shared, it can become the American lie.
All right, well, you confused? So what does Superman have to say about that? Dean Cain played that role and took great pride in it. Dean, does this really bother you more than most, you would think?
Brian,
Right, are you there?
Captain America. I love Captain America. I love the concept of Captain America, but
Did someone just
I
have a
am
heart
so
attack?
tired of
No,
all
we're watching
this
the video.
wokeness and
Oh, you just got all
anti-Americanism.
quiet when I've been trying to get a hold of you guys.
We
I mean,
just celebrated our
is
240th.
it the Fox News video? And no one
Dean,
was
is this
answering.
No. This is actually a good video because apparently Dean Cain is like, he's making sense. He's actually not talking out of his butt.
He's stating the
Most,
facts.
you would think?
Yeah,
What?
Superman knows best. No kidding.
Captain America. I love Captain
because
America. I love the
Democrats like
concept
it up
of
their
Captain
ass, doesn't
America,
mean
but I am so
Oh baby.
tired of all
Also,
this
Mando, where are you?
wokeness and
I don't know actually. I'm somewhere in Orson
It
somewhere.
says you're 800 meters below me right now.
I think
walking
I'm
around
around
on
Green.
that
I think
side.
I'm around Green Circle, near one of the bus
Are
stops.
you on one of the main platforms like that you
Yes.
take a shuttle to, or?
That you take a shot to, yeah.
You're sure?
Yep.
Yeah.
On the
'Cause I-
edge, kind of gazing at the view.
anti-Americanism.
Can it be like
we-
fall instead of summer now? I fucking hate being outside.
I'll play this video some other time.
Did you get like 100 and something for you guys?
Birthday. In
Do
my
what now?
opinion, America is the greatest country.
The weather outside.
Weather outside, what, in real
Holiday.
life? In real life, we had a lot
The-
of thunder the other day. Why?
I mean, we've been having storms here and everything, and then we get like up into the hundreds again. It's god awful.
No, it's like mid 70s I think right now for me, but I'm up in Michigan, so.
Why are you guys in like the worst states?
Hey, Michigan isn't too bad.
New York is pretty bad. At least right now.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys saw the article.
Also,
You guys saw the article I sent you about the prostitution stuff.
Well, I mean, and honestly, in my opinion, it's like I do think prostitution should be legalized, so there can be legal restrictions placed on it to protect the workers of it, so it's not just, you know, people who are being pressed into it by pimps and that kind of shit. At the same time, I don't think it should be completely in your face, like, yeah, you can just do it whatever the heck you want, and, you know, no limitations on it kind of thing.
But Joseph, in case you're wondering, in the Out of Context channel, there's a New York Post article about the rise in prostitution in Brooklyn, and it's a really good article. It also really crap that that's happening to the city.
I mean, you do live in a very democratic city, though. Maybe.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You do realize I'm probably the only one in this chat right now. Well, not in the screen there, but probably one of the only ones in the.
Oh, it's okay. There's no viewers on the stream. We're literally just talking to ourselves. It's fine.
Alright. So I say, I'm probably the only one out of us that lives in a red state that actually gives a shit about us. I mean, hell, these.
Michigan's kind of purple, I thought.
No. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but mostly in the cities it's really blue.
Thing is, too, in New York.
Any state, really, if you go outside the city, it's all red. No matter where you go. I mean, hell,
okay,
California,
Mando, where are you?
I'm right at the entrance of the major subway terminal area. You know, like
where?
The main subway station or tram station, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, at what platform?
I think what platform? Cloudview, I think. Whichever one has the apartment building complex.
The green circle?
Where the fuck
green
did my
circle.
soda go?
Okay, and which tram thing are you at? Because there's like 5.
Oh,
okay, where are you then? Green circle and the shopping mart, or
Yeah. The shopping
not
mart,
open?
That's it. That's not open. I was mistaking it for the building.
so across the sky bridge. You should see me somewhere nearby. I'm running around in orange armor.
I see a guy in red armor. It's red and lighting here. Is that you? Stop moving.
Am I spinning in circles and jumping?
No, you're on stairs.
Huh.
Do you see a guy in
Because
blue armor?
your Merc is saying you're 6,000 meters away, but when I was flying on the shuttle, it was showing you under a platform, so I was like, that ain't right. I don't see you at all.
I just ran into you. I should be right next to you.
For daddy. There we go.
Nope, nothing.
Well, fuck.
Guess you're invisible. Yeah, and
I will
my
use
marker
this power
shows
for
you
evil.
6,236 meters that way.
I will use this power for evil.
He may be invisible to you, but not to your enemies.
Stop moving. I want to turn on your flares.
What happens if I destroy this sky bridge?
Everyone dies. All the women. And the children, too.
Not just the women, but the women and the children. God damn it, George Lucas.
I mean, to be fairly honest, he did choose the right actor. A whitey little bitch.
Well, I mean, I think Hayden Christensen did a good job of
For what he was
acting the
given,
role of
yeah.
Anakin, of a teenage Anakin, because I mean, he was a teenager. Like if I remember right, he was like 18 when he got the
Yeah,
role.
18 or 19 in that movie,
Yeah.
I believe.
So it's like,
Let alone, he was made to be awkward for that reason.
I mean,
like,
look, let's
think
be honest
he did a
though.
good job of acting the
It's
role he
still
was provided.
it's still a bad movie. It's just that modern movies have validated it, which is unfortunate.
Come on. Yeah, say it validated it more. I mean, to be fairly honest, with the not canon series anymore. I mean,
look, let's be totally honest. Star Wars is dead. Let's just move on to things that aren't
at least for
lecturing you about, what's right and what's wrong and all this bullshit. Like,
well, I mean, there was definitely a moralistic tilt to Star Wars with, like Obi-Wan, Ben. There was always a somewhat philosophical, moralistic, I mean, his whole thing, from a certain point of view, what I told you was the truth. It's like, okay, you're lying, however, you're not entirely wrong. You were very clearly misleading me, though. But there was always a moralistic standpoint to it. However, I think that's been completely perverted at this point.
Oh, they used it like everything else. They turned it into a medium to push their political agenda, to push their narrative onto kids.
Yep.
I mean, onto parents and to just everyone else as well, but I'm more concerned with the kids because of, the kids are our future type thing. I mean, it's cliche, but it's the truth. I mean, if you get these kids to think like the rest of the hive mind, then we're fucked.
Well, we all have to agree. Now that Kathleen Kennedy is gone, and now
it's not going to make a difference. At least not to a lot of fans. No, because let's be honest.
We'll see.
At least to me.
We still got the Book of Boba Fett. We still got Mandalorian season 3. We got the Obi-Wan movie.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't give a flying fucking rat's ass about any of that shit because they've killed my enthusiasm and love for that franchise. To me, Star Wars is dead, and I'd rather just move on instead of hoping that things get better.
Well, I mean,
because there are good things that deserve the attention.
Dead, but they might bring it back. We'll see.
Maybe in like 10 years at least. But for the meantime, it's not worth getting your hopes up and hoping that's good because the thing, like, yeah. From what I've heard, The Mandalorian isn't, the same shit that the sequel movies were. But at the same time, it's not something great and worth, it's good in comparison. It's not good. And that's...
it's like, hey, you are not specifically ruining a franchise to push your political message. That is good in that you are not ruining that franchise anymore and just trying to make good content. However, this should be the norm, not something that you are.
It's like with what's face with EA's Fallen Order game, where it's like okay, yeah, it's not full of macrotransactions and gambling and all that shit, but at the same time, games from 2009 came out that are better than it, have better gameplay mechanics that are more innovative than this game. The only thing is this game looks better, and it's like, and that's where I have my problem, is that you're not making any progress. You're not even doing more of the same. You're going backwards. So, and I think that's it, because Star Wars conversation is kind of making me a little uneasy. Just because, it's like, I don't care anymore. I don't want to hear anymore. I want to move on to things that are good. Like Star Citizen, and for better or worse, whether you agree, whether the games are crap, at least lore-wise, Halo is still doing some good things with some of the recent books, and obviously Fallout, obviously old school Fallout. There's some good things that deserve attention that I think are being overshadowed by some of the crappier but bigger names.
Remember, well, I don't know. I mean, technically speaking, in society, the smallest minority usually has the loudest voice, and usually the largest out of the whole population usually has a smaller voice, as that saying goes. But I don't think that really works in media. That we can all tell.
Now, speaking of Marvel, Disney though, and just Disney. Those rumors about... I was talking to someone about the rumors regarding the new Spider-Man movie.
Oh, the one that has all three of the original...
That has all three live-action movie Spideys. I say movie Spideys because there was a Japanese TV show and an American 70s show. But the rumor, where Tobey Maguire, because they went to me, knowing I'm a huge comic book fan and a fan of the Tobey Maguire and Raimi films, They're like, "Oh, aren't you excited that Tobey Maguire's coming back?" I'm like, if it's the same writers, no.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, especially movie number 3 was so fucking cringe.
Well, no, that was studio involvement. Like, literally, Raimi was fighting.
edgelord.
It could have been a whole. If you read the behind the scenes stuff, it could have been far worse if Raimi didn't fight back on some of the stuff.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It was. I mean, it was a funny kind of cringe, but
It was still cringe-worthy. There's no denying it. It was cringe. There's only one type.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
don't die.
Die for the Great Lord. Yeah. Dinner is done. I can actually play a game. Ooh, where's the pepper at? I really do need to get grilled though. Isn't it out of A1 sauce? Let's check. I am almost out of A1 sauce. Okay. Now I'm officially out of A1 sauce. That didn't last long. Fuck. She'll call me back. How you been, Ken?
Who do what now?
I said, how have you been?
Alive, I think.
That's more than most. I mean, that is really more than most.
Yeah, I mean, most of humanity, yeah.
Oh my god. Christ almighty. What you just watch?
Look in the in this server. Look in the pictures channel, and then zoom in on the picture I just posted. Yeah.
The fuck? What fucking awful engineer made that?
As someone who wasn't an engineer.
Pretty much. Hey, you want to go down real fast?
Hey, you can get down real fast. Getting back up, yeah, not so much. What could possibly go wrong?
Everything. See, let me find my really messed up stuff. There we go. Tell you. I love this one. Oh, sorry for Luigi. Did you see the picture I sent?
Which one? The one with the clown, or?
I didn't send a clown. Look.
Yeah.
Or Luigi having to see that shit.
Mamma mia.
They're putting a pineapple in the pizza. Oh, here's something that's game related slightly with Blizzard and Activision.
Hmm?
If you get Lord of the Rings, you'll get this one with the Blizzard and Activision.
Oh yeah. He ain't wrong.
Oh, been hearing some real bad shit lately with them, including with WoW. I think it's finally dead now.
Really? After how
Like-
many years?
Yeah. I mean, because players are leaving en masse, and there's crazy shit going on. It's like, oh, downtime.
Why are players leaving in mass? I know they did like they like a year ago or so did like the reboot of OG WoW or something.
It's like a combination of a lot of things. I think. I don't know. I guess shit got boiled over, and people stopped caring. Yeah, I was never a fan of it anyway.
Yeah, I never played it. Like I looked into it at one point, and I was just kind of like, yeah.
I never got into WoW. Also, I'm back.
You know what I really missed about
what's in the pictures
little
channel
games
that I should look at? Because I
back
heard
in
you
the
guys.
day? When you could just buy a fucking copy.
Oh, okay, I'm seeing the image now.
Wait, which one?
Of the handicap ramp.
Staircase.
Stairs. You should see the other two I sent.
Well, what's actually, you know what? Sending them down the stairs might be safer.
Yeah, really.
They would just be bumpy, whereas if they roll down, they'll reach Mach 1. Let's see. An Italian-American immigrant is held down and forced to watch horror as pineapples added to pizza for the first time in Brooklyn, New York.
Luigi. They're putting pizza. They're putting pineapple in my pizza.
Yeah, that Blizzard Activision thing is spot on. I've seen that before.
Oh, I got another one of it too.
It's unfortunate too, like that, because Blizzard did used to be a renowned, studio.
Here's the other one.
I should say publisher. But now they're pretty much just as bad as Activision.
You know what MMO I miss the most is Star Wars Galaxies.
Yeah, I never got the chance to play it, but I've heard lots.
I
of good
played
things
it
about
twice, unfortunately. Like, I got into it, and then I played it because I didn't have the money, and then I managed to get it for free, and then they shut it down.
You do realize fans brought it back, right? I mean,
Yeah.
It's alive and well. It's just either A, you gotta buy an expensive copy, or B, just torrent the damn thing, which pretty much most people do nowadays because it's hard enough to get a copy now. I mean, heck, I think there's a lot of abandonware sites that actually have it on there.
Yeah. By the way, you know what? You know what's fun? I don't know if you guys seen it, but the new suit designs for the Spider-Man, like,
They're so
off.
bland.
They're so boring. They're so uninspired, and you know what's worse is they suffer from the what I call the 343 era syndrome, which is they're over-designed. That just it makes them obnoxiously over-designed. Like there's too much going on that whatever design was originally there is just ceased to exist through the mess that is the new design of the suit. And it's very like first off the color palette's just weird. Like you have golds with red, that fine, that works. But then you have like this like black jeans color. Like this dark navy color. It's not navy. It's not really like it's like a bluish black. That's not navy. It's like you ever see like black jeans? It's kind of that color. And it just doesn't work. And then you have all these stupid intricate patterns and circuitry patterns and this and that. And it's like you completely lost what made Spidey's costume so iconic. Like, and there are designs that that are creative new takes on the classic web red and blue costume, like in the 90s.
Whoa, that might show something that was patriotic, and we can't have that.
Right? Yeah, that's the thing. Spidey's costume was always patriotic. The white eyes with the red and blue, and black webbing.
Well, I mean, you can notice so many superhero costumes are some combination of red, white, and blue.
Even Thor's costume's fucking red, white, and blue. I mean, it's not, like, it depends on the artist. Sometimes the blue is black.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like fully black. Sometimes it's black with blue outlining to just be able to show, okay, like, you know, this is where the musculature is, but they just use the blue as kind of like an outline type thing.
I think the reason why they had it pretty much red, white, and blue.
But he's got a red cape and he's got a white hat. It's like,
Nope.
But yeah, and exactly, that's the thing. Is where were all these characters created? That they're wearing red, white, and blue costumes? America!
I mean, yeah, the United States, but there's a reason to it. The color pattern back
right, because
then,
they were
it's cheaper to have 3 color design.
That too. It was a cheapness thing, but it was also part of it was also because of the ideals that the heroes stood for. They usually stood for American ideals. You know, freedom and justice and all that. Truth, justice, the American way.
Now you have to be red and Asian. This is a good ass steak.
Oh, have any of you watched Invincible?
Nope. Yeah.
What'd you think, Joe?
I got a meme right here for it.
Yeah. I take that as a good thing that you liked it.
Oh, I got plenty of memes of Invincible.
It's a good show, Cam. I recommend if you have the chance to watch it.
The comic book's 1,000 times better.
The comic is different, but very close. Like, it's not like they drastically changed things. They changed. They only really
black chick.
I was gonna say they only changed one thing. They only changed one thing, and it was totally for the worse. Because it's not. And I'm not saying, oh, they race swapped her. That's bad. Like, if it was the same character, I really wouldn't be complaining. The thing is, they made her complain and bitch about Mark not being there for her when he was making sure people didn't die in the numbers of troves that they were already dying in.
Well, and then if I remember right, the character then, so it was his girlfriend, and she went on to further argue,
abusive and
if I
toxic
remember
girlfriend,
hearing right, that he should have ignored and let people be hurt and get killed, and prioritize her and their relationship, and then she broke up with him.
No, she broke up with him because he didn't tell her who it really was to begin
Right.
with. That's what she was really mad about.
It's like,
Yeah, but on top of that, it was that he wasn't prioritizing her in the relationship.
Right, and yeah, Cam's right. That it was also in addition to the fact that
it's just
he
like,
wasn't prioritizing her in his life.
Horribly selfish.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, Joseph, I take it you read the comics?
Oh my god, the comics are 1,000 times better.
Yeah,
To be honest,
okay, the
it's
comic
made by
books
the
are
guy who
really
made
good.
The original Walking Dead stuff.
So yeah, well, it was made at the around I think before it was made before the Walking Dead stuff. This was I think, it was made by.
To be honest, Amber was more of a side character.
Amber was a side character, but she also had more depth than the Amber we saw on the TV show. And for anyone curious, she was white and blonde.
Also,
but she had like an abusive boyfriend before Mark. Was it like there's like an abusive boyfriend involved, and eventually like before Mark leaves, not spoiling anything, so don't worry. But before Mark leaves Earth, at one point he makes sure, like this is after they broke up, long after they broke up, but he makes sure like he checks in on her, like just flies over her head to see see if she's okay. And she sees that she's happy, she found someone, and you see him smile and then leave, and then it's like that's nice. It's kind of like a positive closure moment for the characters.
Plus, my one problem with the show though is the way they put all the things together. Comparable to the comic, they threw a lot of things out of place.
I did like some changes from the comic. I did like the way they went about Mark's friend, who I constantly forget the name of, the gay guy.
You mean the gay guy that...
Who, in the comics, he came out as gay in like a random conversation, whereas here they just have him gay from the get-go. I prefer that. I like that they're not making a drama thing of him coming out. It's just, no, he's gay. Like, who cares? Like, that's great.
Well, I think that in terms of, we've ragged a lot on how a lot of movies and media and stuff does.
No, and that's my point. Is this one does it right?
Shit badly. One movie that I think did a really great gay relationship. Now, admittedly, it was for just a side character, but in the, I believe it was the second Deadpool movie, they had what was it, Teenage Negasonic? They introduced her girlfriend, so it's like, okay, they're lesbian, and it was just oh yeah, this is a thing. They never hugely focused on it. They never like just was like, look at these perfect lesbians. It was just like oh yeah, here's just a nice little like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was only, she was just hanging out with her girlfriend
or something like that.
And Daredevil.
It was very homey, very cozy. It was well done.
Yeah, no, she was just hanging out with her girlfriend while Deadpool's there, and he just goes, "Hey, like that's it. Like there's no, it doesn't need extra attention to it."
Yeah, and then they reintroduced her several times throughout the movie as well, and I was like, it was really well done in my opinion. Yeah, did she? Wait, oh yeah, she had like some kind of psychic power, or oh yeah. But it was like that I think was a really well done. Yeah, and it's like and it's like also too, one thing I think that a big issue is, you have all these writers who they're like, I want to go and make a gay character, a black character, or this character, or that character, and check off these check boxes. And it's like, if you want to write about a black superhero or a gay superhero or a trans superhero or whatever, sure, go ahead, feel free. However, at the same point, I think you have a lot of studios and the people making the high up decisions going, hey, you either you have the writers making the decision not to make new characters that go and fulfill these check boxes that they want to write about, or the execs are going, no, we want to write stories about Spider-Man because Spider-Man's a hot commodity right now. We aren't going to be doing anything other than Spider-Man stuff right now. I don't know where it's coming from, and maybe then that shoes it in, well, okay, we have to write about Spider-Man. Well, okay, but we're going to write about a black Spider-Man. And it's like, that, and that's when it starts getting rude, because it's like, you are taking this character and twisting them around. Unless you write a decent story where it's like, I will say, I kind of like the character of Miles Morales, and that's like, hey, this isn't
in what version? And I'm only asking, Kim, in what version?
This is this alternate dimension Spider-Man.
Right.
Here's how the universes are different, and here's their story.
I didn't like it in the Ultimate Comics, which is where he originates from. In the Ultimate Comics, they killed off Peter to introduce him. Effectively.
Yeah, no,
it's like he's replaced.
Weird.
I did like the character, and this was a character I hated, and was one of the reasons why I didn't want to see Into the Spider-Verse. But after hearing many good things, eventually my father and I, who are both huge webheads, watched it on Netflix a few years ago, and we're like, you know what? Because we both dislike the character. We're not fans. To us, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. They're one and the same. And we watched the movie and we're like, hey, we like this. It was well done. It wasn't... Yes, they had Peter Parker... Oh, they imitated the Death of Spider-Man thing from the Ultimate Comics, where Spider-Man died at the hands of the Green Goblin, the monstrous Ultimate Green Goblin. And the thing here is... Because, I hated the Spider-Verse comic book thing. That was just a gimmick, and it was shit.
Oh, yeah.
And... I hated Ultimate Comics after Peter died, and they weren't really great before Peter died. They were declining because Mark Bagley left, and Mark Bagley, who was the artist, was a Spider-Man vet at the time for almost 10 years now when they created Marvel Ultimate Comics. He started on Amazing Spider-Man in 1991. So he knew the character better than what's-his-face, the writer. The writer, like, the only good thing that Brian Michael Bendis did was Ultimate Spider-Man. Look at everything else, and it's not really that good. And I think that started, and now that I've seen some of his other works, I'm starting to think, okay, probably because he had Mark Bagley, a Spider-Man vet who drew the character for almost 10 years, with it. And the thing with, and again, yeah, Ultimate Comics is a very, to quote Madam Web, a present day out of sync. It's a very different universe. It's to summarize the real world version of it, it's a, what if Marvel Comics, like the original Marvel Comics and all the heroes that it contains, started in 2000 instead of 1961. And it works really well for that. And that's the thing, though, is it's a very different universe. Same with Marvel Noir, right? You have Spider-Man Noir, 1933. He gets his power. Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man and starts fighting mobsters and Nazis. And also Spider-Man 2099. It's not even Peter Parker, but Miguel O'Hara, a geneticist working for a mega corporation that runs New York City, now known as Nueva York. And due to his boss drugging him, he tries to purge the drug that bonds to the user genetically through an experiment of his own, and petty, jealous co-worker sabotages the experiment, resulting in him getting powers. They're very, very different versions of the character, which is why the Spider-Verse movie worked, which is why I liked it, because it wasn't the Spider-Verse comics where you have like 17 million different versions of the same character. And some of them
differ just by
they differ by like
slightest, smallest of ways.
I'm still wearing the black costume, you're still wearing the classic costume, but aside from that, our lives are identical and stuff like who gives a shit? Like we want to see the completely original new takes on the character, not a slight difference. We want to see, for instance, the Marvel cartoon did this before anything did, and that was the I think Spider Wars is what they called it. Where you had what if Spidey, continued with the 6 arms. You had the Spider-Man that was more like Iron Man. What if Peter Parker was successful and rich? You had all these different what if ideas. If I remember
right, classic Peter Parker is supposed to be a fucking genius.
Yeah, he is.
So it's like...
Which is why I hate the Marvel movies, because they paint him to be the sniveling little Tony Stark wannabe. Which is, in relying on Tony Stark hand-me-down technology in order to make his own stuff and everything.
It's like usually when I remember
I make the joke calling him Iron Lad would be an insult to the actual character of Iron Lad, because spoiler alert for anyone that doesn't know who Iron Lad is, but Iron Lad is actually Kang before he becomes Kang the Conqueror. Which is actually really cool, but time-altering shenanigans. The guy is literally a conqueror throughout time. He time travels to conquer different eras. But and that's why my point is, Iron Lad may not be a popular or even cool character, but he's an interesting character, and I respect the character, and to the point where I'm not calling the Peter Parker Iron Boy Jr. Iron Lad out of respect for the actual Iron Lad character out of Kang the Conqueror.
Kang the Conqueror is in the Loki movie, right?
So I heard. I haven't watched the show.
There's some thoughts that in Loki, Kang might be the one in charge of the TVA.
Yeah.
You guys been watching? I haven't been watching it.
I have not, but I've seen enough spoilers and shit that...
Yeah.
My mom still paying for Disney Plus, so I got bored and
gotcha. I don't have Disney Plus, so I couldn't.
I watched it. Yeah, Kane is the Conqueror, but the thing is, the way they put it together is he invented this thing, saw the other versions of him throughout the multiverse and causes.
That doesn't sound too dissimilar from the comics. In the comics, Kang the Conqueror eventually there's like a council of Kangs that work outside of time. And it's like Kangs from different eras of his life.
Oh, no. So, Kang the Conqueror is by himself. That whole little time loop, he made sure that the others wouldn't exist.
Okay, because there's also a Kang that's trapped in stasis outside of time. So this way, if he dies, they can just bring a version of that back in, and he's still alive. This way, he can never really die. So,
like that. Either way,
comic book time altering shenanigans.
Loki and then the female Loki pretty much destroy everything on accident, not realizing it, and then cause all the multiverse to come back, and thus spreading more chaos. Unintentionally, because they didn't realize that.
Go wrong.
But yeah,
They
back to
thought
what
they
we were
were
saying
creating
originally, though.
everything and fixing
With
everything.
Spider-Man and what I was saying with Spider-Man, the Spider-Verse movie, I thought it was good. I thought it was well done because you saw, very extremely different versions of the character. You saw, like what if versions of the character, like classic Marvel what ifs, like and stuff like that. The equivalent of DC's Elseworld for anyone that doesn't know what if is. And you have, Spider-Man Noir was there. You had the Japanese chick with the robot. You had Spider-Ham, who, by the way, Captain America in his universe is Captain America.
No, my God.
And Doctor Strange. No, sorry, Doctor Doom and Croctor Strange. That was it. Doctor Doom, Croctor Strange, Iron Mouse, Goose Rider. The Incredible Hair. Hulk is a giant green hulking rabbit. Yeah, so Spider-Ham's got a pretty cool universe. But you got Spider-Ham. You had Spider-Man 2099 came in at the end, and they even had his Hollow Agent, his personal AI, Lila, which I didn't like that they made her Lady Gaga in the movie. I get it; it's relevant to today, but that was the thing about Lila, is that she was modeled after Marilyn Monroe because, given that the year is 2099, Spider-Man's ex-girlfriend who made the AI was a huge 20th century fan, and one of her favorite actresses of that time was Marilyn Monroe. She even had a tattoo, and that tattoo was the basis visually for the AI she created. So
I gotta run for now. See you guys.
All right, see ya. So that was the story reason. Like, there was a story reason for why she looked like Marilyn Monroe. Like, it's part of the character. Like, she was modeled because, the girlfriend had a huge hard-on for 20th century. And honestly, these days, I can't blame one for doing so.
I'm not into blonde chicks like that. Not my taste.
It was great because in some of the panels you see she has like Gundam models and stuff, which really. and love you. And that the comic came out like 1992, 1993. So it's
something like that.
No, I think 1992 was the first. By the way, that's like the first time we had an official, continual comic title based on an alternate version of Spider-Man. Was 1992's Spider-Man 2099, where it wasn't just a one-off issue or a one-off story or a what-if comic. It was a full title that was getting regular releases and continually. And that was 30 years after the original character. So you have 30 years of established lore for the Spider-Man character. That's essentially just that's everything that's happened is that part of that character's lore and history. And
well, Mando, looks like I gotta get off because I got work in the morning.
Oh, what time is it? Yeah, we've been playing for a while.
Like 9:37 your time.
It's 9:37
like
here.
8:37 mine.
Yeah, I'm walking around aimlessly on Crusaders, so.
Yeah, because I got to work in the morning and.
That's right, Sunday. Don't remind me.
I wish it wasn't Sunday. I wish it was Saturday, but.
No, look, we'll talk tomorrow. It's not like we're going anywhere, well, except for work, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what time I'm gonna get off. Because my schedule's been hectic lately because they've been adding too many jobs to me, and I'm like, I don't want to do all these jobs. Love it. But beggars can't be choosers. All right, later.
See ya.
Come on, get.
What ship to fly?
This ship utilizes award-winning manufacturing techniques and the highest quality parts to create one thing: a next-generation passenger ship at a price to fit 80.
Why not? Let's take out a.
Genesis Starline. Space travel as it
Yes, why not?
Contact your
Starliner LK2-TYP-8. Please report to gate T11. LK2-TYP-8. To gate T11.
You are clear to launch.
Holy shit, I finally have a viewer. This Crusader's never gonna get old, that's for damn sure. And now I'm upside down. But you would never be able to tell. Oh, finally learned how deep you can go. Got pretty far into the gas giant, though, I gotta say. A lot further than I expected to. Although, however, that could have been part of the spontaneous combustion glitch that Cam and I have been experiencing today. So, no way to tell until they actually patch that glitch out. See how far we can go into the gas giant. Also, I'm just going to apologize for anyone that came to this stream, whether and expected some Star Citizen gameplay and ends up getting a Cast in the Shadows episode 32.5. Think of it this way, you just got 2 shows for the price of 1. All the stuff we were talking about after we went off on a tangent from Fallout, that's usually all these types of topics and subjects we cover in the weekly podcast every Saturday night, which I might move to Sunday, actually. We're dealing with that internally, but yeah, anyway, once a week, you know, every weekend, whether it's Sunday or Sunday night or Sunday afternoon or Saturday night, Cast in the Shadows weekly podcast where we talk about all things escapism and, unfortunately, how they continuously fuck up the escape and turn it into something it's not. I'm not gonna go. Let's fuck it. Let's go into it. Pretty much, they're turning it into something politically correct, woke garbage to indoctrinate children. I know I sound extreme when I'm saying that, I sound like conspiracy theorists, but take a good look what they're doing. And even if that's not what they're doing, why is this shit in escapism when it's supposed to be an escape in the fucking title? As I said, Star Wars is dead. Let it die. Don't hold out hope. Just let it die and move on to things that are better, that are doing good things, that deserve your attention and the love and fandom that they themselves have. And you know, like, we deserve things that are created by people with passion and that care. We deserve good writing. We shouldn't have to settle for anything these days, especially these days. We shouldn't have to settle for anything. I think we're way beyond settling. From now on, at least me personally, I say from now on, I've been doing this for a while already. But I say all of us from now on should just focus on, if it's not innovative, it shouldn't be considered great or good. Be considered meh. Because remember, meh, mediocre, you know, that used to be something that we'd call something average, you know, where it wasn't that great. But it wasn't horrible either. I'm not saying everything needs to, you know, blow the last thing out of the water, innovate, and blah, blah, blah. But it does need to at least do something more than the last, otherwise it's not a true sequel. In regard to a sequel, at least, you know, a sequel is supposed to build upon what was established in the first entry of whatever the sequel is of, movie, TV show, comic. You know, it's supposed to improve and innovate, take what was good and turn it up to 11. You know, I want to see writing improve, I want to see artwork improve. You know, as an artist myself and an amateur writer myself, I want to see these things, you know, sky's the limit. I want to see these things go beyond what we have now. And what we have now is a declination. We have something where it's devolving. I don't want to see us, at the moment, I have a conspiracy theory I call behavioral modification, where they being corporations, government, whatever, will modify your behavior based on pumping out crap after crap after crap that they know is crap, you know it's crap, and it's crap. And then they'll give you something that's mediocre, something that's meh. And by comparison, it's the best thing ever. But it's not. It's not the best thing ever. It's mediocre. You gotta keep something in mind like that, so that we can yeah, it's great. It's a step in the right direction. You know, take Transformers Bumblebee, the 2018 reboot. That wasn't initially a reboot, but then was confirmed to be a reboot by Hasbro. It's not perfect at all. I've gone on record many times saying that there are some issues, mainly involving human characters, action, some of the designs. Even though the designs are better, they're still not perfect. They still leave a lot to be desired, but the designs are better and a vast improvement compared to the Bayformers, traditional Bayformers designs, which were just a bunch of scrap heaps of metal glued together, and it felt like if I hit them with a baseball bat, they'd implode, or just explode into a pile of trash. But my point is that, you know, yeah, it wasn't great, but it was a step in the right direction, and I want to see them continue making steps in the right direction. Unfortunately, with the newest movie announced, Rise of the Beast, it seems like they're going backwards from Bumblebee and going more the traditional Transformers, globe-trotting, whatever, spectacle. Chasing a fucking MacGuffin. You know, and Spider-Man, you know, Spider-Man's no, at least in regard to the MCU, the comics, I don't even give a shit about anymore. I dropped off the Marvel. In full honesty, I'll, you know, every now and then read a comic, or I have a site that I use to read comics for free. So I haven't paid for a Marvel comic that isn't a reprint or a back issue or Epic Collection volume since 2006. That was the last time I bought a new Marvel comic. Because after they undid Spidey's marriage, and even then, the comics were shit then, it was just, they were still interesting, but they weren't good. From 2000 to 2006, and I'm talking about the mainstream stuff. Ultimate Comics from 2000 to 2006, bombing. It was knocking it out of the park. Noir as well, in 2000, I think it's 2001. Obviously 2099 was done at that point. They killed that off in the late 90s, and they brought it back in 2014, but it wasn't really good. It was the same writer, still Peter A. David, but good old Pad. But it just wasn't that great. Wasn't a huge fan of the art. The character, given it was Pad, he created these, helped create these characters. He did a great job. Miguel O'Hara felt like Miguel O'Hara, Lila felt like Lila, but the stories and other characters felt like Spider-Man 2099 just fell into a, alternate dimension based on the mainstream Marvel Comics. Because for anyone who don't know, Marvel Comics really, since they were going bankrupt in the 90s, have not been the same ever since. Like, the characters that you know and love from 1961 to or in some cases 1963, depending on Avengers or Spider-Man or Fantastic Four, from the 1960s and 1990s, mid-60s, or early 60s or early 90s, after mid-90s, after 95, when the bankruptcy really started, or 94 really, when the bankruptcy started, it's when Bone Saga was extended for years, even though it was supposed to be a short, mini-series. Yeah, that's when they started changing characters completely to keep things interesting and to keep selling comics, because they knew they couldn't sell them otherwise. And the problem with that, like Iron Man, they killed off classic Iron Man in 1995, haven't brought him back since. They replaced him with a younger, alternate dimension version of him that was brought into the mainstream dimension. And then, 1996, they completely fucked up the universe with something, some characters at least. And bottom line is, after 2000, you're not reading the same characters anymore. Some characters really haven't changed much, like Cap. Until now. I meant in 2000 compared to 1990s, Cap was kind of still the same, but characters like Spidey, Iron Man, and everything, they still had some aspects, but they're not the same characters anymore. You're reading completely, it's essentially at that point on, you're reading an alternate version of Marvel, even though they tried to not reboot their universe in 2000, and the result was Ultimate Comics, Marvel Ultimate Comics, when they didn't want to reboot the character. They wanted to make Marvel more relevant for a younger audience, for a 2000s audience, without rebooting the original characters, and they created Marvel Comics for that. Marvel Ultimate Comics for that, apologize. But they ended... at that point in time, Marvel Comics mainstream was already kind of rebooted at that point, so to speak. They weren't the same characters. A lot of the time, I felt like I was reading an alternate dimension take on the characters. See, like this is a parallel universe where the characters were just a little bit different in personalities, and some of the other characters just completely different overall. I don't even know why I'm getting in this car, but I am. But yeah, I went off topic again. My point is, you gotta be our own masters, right? You gotta be able to, stand up for quality. You can't let them reset the quality bar as they see fit, so that they don't have to be creative or have to take risks or have to put any effort, and they can make a minimum viable product that costs nothing or somewhat nothing, in the grand scheme of things, and makes billions. Because that's what they want. And theoretically, you can still be creative and still be innovative without having to sacrifice a shit ton of money. Like, you don't have to essentially spend bajillions of dollars to be creative. Deadpool 1, I think, proved that. A lot of movies proved that. Anyway, my point is just, I want to see innovation, I want to see improvement. I don't want to see stagnation, or what we're having now, which is worse than stagnation, which is declining back to a state worse than what we were, only to then go back to where we were, only to then decline again, and that cycle repeat itself. That is worse than stagnation, because at least stagnation, things are the same. Here, they're getting worse, and then they're going back to normal, and then getting worse, and going back to quote-unquote normal. And I don't want that. I want things to improve. I want art to improve. Hell, and I know I'm sounding like an old man here, so what? Fuck it. I'm an old man then. I mean, look at comics from the 60s to the 70s, and then to the 80s, and then to the 90s. Look at the art style. Look at the storytelling, and the writing, and the characters. Everything improved as years went on. I want to see more of that. I don't want to see stagnation, and I don't want to see declination. I guess I'll call it that. Or, my behavioral modification theory, where they reset the quality bar so that, they can still make a buck and not have to be creative. Like Assassin's Creed, they're making it live service now so that they can be even more lazy than Ubisoft's already been lately. And instead of having to create, new games that are essentially copy-paste games, they just have to make one game and update it periodically. That's their thinking behind it. They said so themselves. I'm not making this shit up. I'm quoting them. I'm simplifying the quote, but I'm quoting them nonetheless. We covered it in the episode last night, which I have to re-upload because of technical difficulties on my end. I apologize for that.
Every shift. Crusader cares about your safety.
So that's just something I wanted to share. And we all wanted to share. Cam, Joseph, I'm sure Data in the call sign certainly would agree with me there. We've all been saying it. And naturally, we're not a hive mind. We don't all think the same on certain things. Data, I don't think the same way as Data does regarding Star Trek. We have a motto here. Oh, okay, they don't want me here. We have a motto here at Cast in the Shadows. No Star Wars or Star Trek. You're not allowed to talk about those here, because of how I personally feel. It's because it's our channel. We get to make the rules. It's my personal feelings towards Star Wars and Data's personal feelings towards Star Trek. We don't like to talk about it, so naturally, it's our channel. We get to make the rules, and we say we don't talk about it. Everything else is fair game, but those two are not. Don't get to mention them. They're dead. Long. Let them die. Let them rest in peace. But that being said, I was saying, we don't have to agree on anything. It's just we have to be intelligent about things. We have to. Now I'm just kind of ranting. I'm sorry, but you guys, I'm sure you guys, or some of you at least, are, if anyone's watching this. And it's kind of funny that I make a live stream about all this shit today. Pardon my French, by the way, and the French. Pardon. You have to excuse all the swearing, but I did mention it in the warning, so I literally did say, caution, warning, excessive swearing and severe intergalactic shenanigans. And don't disappoint in that regard. But what I'm saying is it's not irony. Today is well, it was up until an hour ago. It was Tisha B'Av, which is the anniversary of the fall of both temples. The Beit HaMikdash, the temple, the Jewish temple, was destroyed technically yesterday. We're going by the Hebrew calendar because it ended. Technically, it's a new day today because it ended an hour ago. So an hour ago was also a new day. But it was a fast day. It celebrates the death of a lot of people as well as the destruction of the temple of both of them because they were destroyed on the same day, even though like years apart. And it's kind of like I don't want to see destruction. I don't want to see the destruction of franchises. I don't want to see the destruction of my favorite characters. I don't want to see the destruction of progress that we've made as a society, as a culture, as artists and writers. I want to see things improve. I want to see things be built upon and get better and grow. To use the current location in my game right now in Star Citizen, not my game, the game I'm playing. It kind of is my game. It's my main game at this point. But to use the location here, we got to get our heads back in the clouds and start dreaming. And if anyone says, well, you're dreaming up, you gotta live in reality. Yeah, you gotta have 1 foot in reality, 1 foot ahead in the clouds. Otherwise, how are you supposed to... How do you improve things if you don't dream of an idea of the improvisation? Of the innovation? You gotta think these things up. And in order to do that, you gotta be creative. You gotta think. Sometimes you just gotta look up to the sky and use your imagination. Now I'm starting to sound like a really cliche asshole. I apologize for that. But I am kind of still, not dumbstruck, but definitely awestruck at the beauty of this gas giant. I am in a gas giant. Like, that's the thing. This is why I follow Star Citizen. This is why I support Star Citizen, both financially as well as with my time and effort. Obviously, I'm not as financially able to support it as others, but I do wish I was able to because I believe in the project. It is doing, and it's not like I believe they will do things. They are doing it. I'm walking around a floating platform that's physically floating and physically keeps itself aloft in a gas giant that has realistic gravitational properties that are based on variables in the game and back-end technologies. I'm walking around on a simulated gas giant, the first ever fully explorable and rendered gas giant and traversable gas giant in video game history. And before anyone says, oh, that's not true, blah, 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 I mean, if it's not, please correct me. Please do. I don't want to be wrong in about something like that. If I'm wrong, please tell me in the comments or in the live chat or whatever. But as far as I looked it up, this is the first. And I'm not usually one to go, oh, first are important. Like, no, it doesn't really matter if you're first or not. It just depends on how good you do it. Like with Captain Marvel, quote unquote, I can never say it otherwise. They touted it as the first female-led superhero movie, even though, Wonder Woman came out just years before. Not even 2 years before, because it was, summer of 2019, Marvel's Captain Marvel came out, and Wonder Woman was, I want to say, fall of 2017. So there's almost a year. Almost 2 years, I mean. And then obviously, look, Wonder Woman wasn't the first either. You had, in terms of DC, you had Catwoman, that horrible 2005 Catwoman. And Marvel, you had Elektra in 2005 as well. But they claimed it was the first, and they said that was the first female Marvel, which again, Elektra came before that. And then they finally, after 3 other excuses, came up with it's the first Marvel female-led MCU film, which is accurate to my knowledge. And that thing is, before even Elektra and Catwoman, you had Barbed Wire, which was a Dark Horse Comics property turned into a film in 1996. And they also did the same thing with Black Panther in 2018. When that film released, they said it was the first black superhero movie, and then everyone's like, what about Blade? And, obviously they said it was the first Marvel. Obviously they couldn't say the first Marvel, because Blade is Marvel. And besides, even Blade isn't the first. You know, before that, you had 1997 Steel, which is a DC property based on the comic superhero Steel, who was part of the Reign of the Superman storyline. The movie was absolutely terrible with the Shack and all that, but the character is a good character. He's in the Justice League cartoons and the Superman animated series. I love him in that. You know, and before that, I believe you had a movie, I don't remember the name, but from like I want to say like 1994, 3, 4. So, and I think the same year as Steel, you had Spawn as well. They had that Spawn movie. So, like, none of these movies were firsts of anything. And it, honestly, who gives a shit if you're a first? Because at the end of the day, if you're, you know, unless you're doing your first and you're still the best, you know, like you did something first, and no one has, and since you did that thing, no one has topped you because what you did was so good. You know, if you're first, who cares? It doesn't matter if you're first. It matters about how well you do it. And that kind of goes for almost everything. You know, it doesn't matter if you're first. It matters how well you did something. You know, what were you first in? It doesn't matter. How well did you do it? Because say you make a video game or something, the first to do XYZ, but it's poorly executed, it's glitchy, it's buggy, it's a mess, it's horrible, the game crashes. I'm kind of listing some Star Citizen things here, unfortunately, at the moment, but it's an alpha, not a fully released game. And that's the thing is, yeah, this would be the first game to do a gas giant like this. But if a game releases and does one as well, and it releases before Star Citizen, which honestly anything's likely to release before Star Citizen, you know, I wouldn't say that's the first, but it's definitely the first time a fully released game did it, and that doesn't, and you know what, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good. My point is just that don't focus on being first, focus on being best. And I know that sounds very egocentric and kind of conceited, but it's not in that sense. Like, that's not why I'm saying it, because especially since, you know, I'm not trying. Let me put it this way: don't focus on being first. Focus on being the best you can be. That's what I should. That's what I mean. That's what I should have said. Because no one else can do you. And that goes back, and this goes back to what I was saying about we need to innovate. You know, if you have an idea for a movie or a comic or something, you know, don't wait for someone else to, you know, take your idea. Like you have, if you have the thought, you know, you have the creation, the imagination to create this idea, go for it. You know, at this point, look at the current state of the entertainment industry. Indie comics are blowing up like crazy. Because people still want comic books. They just don't want the corporate crap that we're getting right now with Marvel and DC. You know, people still want video games, obviously, and you know that's why the video game industry is blowing up, because the corporate gambling, monetization, greediness of AAA gaming has pissed a lot of people off, myself included. Same with the comic book stuff, except I kind of dipped off before it got all woke and shit, but that doesn't mean like, oh, it doesn't affect. No, it still affects, because it affects the comic book industry as a whole. That's why indie comics and indie games have, you know, taken off like crazy in the past years. And I fully believe and expect the same to go for films and TV shows. I fully expect to see indie films and indie TV shows take off like crazy as comics and games did. I mean, we already saw some indie films, like the Daily Wire made some indie films recently. I have yet to see them. I have been meaning to watch them, but I know they've made some films, and it hasn't taken off quite as popularly as indie comics and games, but I believe that it will. Unless, you know, Hollywood and the entertainment industry as a whole just completely does a 180. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse before it does get better. If it ever does get better, I mean. But that's just my 2 cents on the matter. And the Wake Down's in the chat saying, this is an expensive game, I'll give them that. I mean, yeah, it is one of the most expensive games, but think about what they're doing. And thank you for forcing me to change the subject. So yeah, let's talk about Star Citizen. It is an expensive game. It's, for starters, no other game that I'm aware of the research I did during the stream earlier, has a gas giant, a full size. Like, we're talking like comparable to an actual gas giant in the real galaxy, in the Milky Way, in real world. A full spherical, fully rendered, fully explorable, fully traversable gas giant. About half an hour ago, I tried to fly to the center and blew up because it was either a glitch or it was the function working properly, and that function being that this gas giant actually simulates gravity. And because gas giants are extremely massive and have hypergravity, the gravity crushed my ship and blew me up as I got deeper into the gas giant. That's good. That's cool. That's real science in a video game. That's awesome. And no other game is doing anything Star Citizen is doing. Star Citizen's truly innovating on the industry. They created their own, they created their own universe that's engaging and, at least in my case, a little addictive. It's crazy. Like, here, look, we have a bus. Let's go to take the shuttle to the... I don't even know where this is going, but screw it. We're just gonna go on it anyways.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
It has a... It feels like a living universe. And it's only an alpha. And we only have 4 planets. In the game right now, there are only 4 planets, and given each planet has at least 2 moons. Hurston has 4, so that makes 5 celestial bodies there. Stanton 2, which is our Crusader here, has 3, so we got 9 celestial bodies so far. And then you have 12 celestial bodies if you include ArcCorp and its 2 moons, their 2 moons, and then you have the 3 moons of Microtech and Microtech itself. So you have a lot to do in this game. In terms of exploring, flying around, it's a full star system. The star system in this game is finally complete.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
And this is one of the smaller star systems in the game. This is one of the smallest star systems in the game. According to the lore and the star map, this star system, the Stanton star system, obviously all the star systems aside from Sol are made up, just letting you know. But this star system is only 5 astronomical units in size. Now, and I believe that is like distance from the sun. Anyway, I don't remember the exact measurement of what a astronomical unit is, so that's on me. I apologize, but this is the smaller one. This is this is 5 AU. Okay, then we move to Sol. Sol is close to like 100 AU. Our solar system is almost 100 times the size, or at least like 90 times the size of this. Actually, I should say more like 20, 25 times the size of this star system. Then you have star systems that are twice the size of the Sol system. That are like close to like 200 astronomical units. 200! That's crazy. That's huge. Some of these star systems have 6 planets, each with like 1 moon. One of the star systems, and we covered this I think in last week's episode of Cast in Shadows, where we just went full in on Star Citizen and we ignored all the other topics that we covered, eventually covered last night. And today, one of the star systems is a freaking black hole. It's a black hole with a event horizon, accretion disk, and 2 dead planets in its orbit. One of which is at risk of being enveloped by the black hole. The other one has somehow achieved a stable orbit around it. The Wakedown says, if any game had something like that, I would expect it to be EVE Online, but I never heard of such. Expect what? A gas giant? The Wakedown said, I'd consider playing something like this if I had the hardware. Yeah, that's the thing, is this game is going to be very PC only, in that you're going to need some pretty intense hardware to run it. I built my machine around it, so... 1 AU astronomical unit is 93 million miles, or 8 light minutes. The distance between Earth and the Sun. Okay, so I was right. It is this. Okay. Thank you, Wakedown. You're getting a thumbs... Actually, you know what? Instead of telling you I'm giving you a thumbs up, I can give you a thumbs up in the game. By the way, how do you like my new armor? Okay, it's... Alright, there's an emote where... There we go. Yep, there he is. There is your thumbs up. You get a double thumbs up. Because science. Yeah, that's how we feel about science.
At Norse and Skyway Shuttle service, we aim to make getting there. Please enjoy your flight. The next
Yeah, so back to Star Citizen now. We're currently on a... It's funny. This was the first planet to be in the game, but as a placeholder model. It wasn't a real place to go to. It was just a... It was a ball. Like, it was actually a spherical object in the game, in the persistent universe, but it was essentially just a ball with a JPEG wrapped around it. With a JPEG texture. That made it look like a reddish Jupiter. And then over time we eventually had the moons of this planet come out first, then we had Hurston and its moons, then ArcCorp and their moons, and then Microtech, and then Microtech's moons, and now finally Crusader itself. It's got a bit of a visual update, but like the clouds are three-dimensional, fully volumetric rendered clouds. I know I'm getting excited about freaking clouds, but I just spent 20 minutes flying through the clouds, and it's really, really cool. You even got the condensation on the windshield when you're flying through them. You have really unique contrails when you're flying through them. And eventually, the same tech that makes up the gas giant is going to be applied to just every other planet that has an atmosphere that has a dense cloud layer, or a cloud layer at all. Which is great, because there are some rocky moons, that like Microtech's moons. I think it's Clio. C-L-I-O. So Clio, whatever you want to call it. It has a really, really, really dense cloud layer to it. Like, you can't see the surface from space because of the dense cloud layer. And I'm just walking around in circles as I talk. I apologize. Make it more interesting. But you can't see the surface, and you can hardly see the sky from the surface because of the dense clouds. So imagine those clouds being more like the clouds here, where they're actually, it's not, instead of a 2D texture, which is what Star Citizen's used until now. In future patches, they never specified, but it somewhat implied either late this year or early next year. The volumetric cloud tech that makes up Crusader will be implemented on other planets. Flying through to that moon is going to be a whole new experience. No problem, man. Cool armor. Thanks. Kinda Halo-y. Yes! Yes, this armor is very Halo-y. It's actually the reveal for this armor had a Mjolnir powered assault armor type image where like it almost it reminded me of some concept art of the Mark V from Halo CE. Looks really cool. The shins kind of remind me of some the shins specifically remind me of an Iron Man armor I once made. Knees too. The thighs definitely look Halo though. As does the some of the other aspects. I do like the kind of Cyclops helmet. I like seeing more helmets that don't expose your face in this game, because most of the helmets do. Not that that's a bad thing, you know, until we can customize the helmets to have an opaque visor. Yeah, it's just, I want to see more. I want to see more creative helmets. Crusader Industries here. You see the logo all over the place. They own the planet, Crusader. It's named after their company. And they make ships. They make really big ships, like the Hercules Starlifter and the Ares Starfighter, which you can see an image of right there. The Ares Starfighter is essentially the A-10 Warthog. It's a gun with a plane built around it. Or in this case, a spaceship built around it. You got the Star Runner. It's like the Millennium Falcon of the Star Citizen universe. It's a Star Runner. It's a data info runners, you know, data collecting ship. That's also a smuggling ship. It's even got little smuggling decks on board. It's really cool. Also, look at this. I'm in a subway, you know, type hub. You know, every aspect of this specific city, which I mentioned earlier, innovates on lessons that they learned from previous cities and the failures of those cities in implementations in the game. Is that this being an Orison, which I thought was going to be kind of boring, you know, the gas giant was the real lore for me. But Orison here, which is the city's name, it feels like everywhere I go, I feel like I've been here before. But not in like I've been like physically, but I've been here. I've been to a place that in the real world that looks very similar to it. Like at least certain aspects. Like here, I've been to a subway station that looks a lot like this. Like the layout, the giant, you know, you got this giant layout here with the cars would pull up on the sides, and the terminal here is just big open space with sitting benches and, you know, maps and people milling about. Well, you know, so the only things missing is homeless people and that one guy playing guitar for money. But there are other aspects of this city, this floating city, where I'm like going here and I'm like, huh, I've been here one time during the summer on vacation somewhere. Wakedown says, I can understand getting excited about the clouds. It's just one example of the scope of what they're attempting. It is, and that's the thing is, scope as well as scale. I mean, look, I'm just a little person walking around a giant city that's floating in a giant, what's-my-face, in a giant, gas giant. In a small star system that's already still big. I mean, here's a fun fact. From this planet, from Crusader to Microtech, so Crusader is Stanton 2, Microtech is Stanton 4. From Stanton 2 to Stanton 4 is somewhere around, I would say on average, about 58 million kilometers in terms of distance. That is approximately, not approximately, but it is close, you know, depending on, obviously, orbit, depending on the orbit, it is about the same distance as the Earth is to, as Mercury is to our Sun. At the moment, the longest quantum travel you will experience in this game, as of right now, as of recording, as of playing, is that of from this planet to Microtech, which is the equivalent of, I guess, you know, traveling 20% the speed of light from Mercury to our Sun. Like, that kind of goes to show how small this star system is in comparison to our solar system, but at the same time, it is still pretty big, and it kind of, you know, boggles the mind at the scale that this game plans, and it has already achieved. Like, look at that. It's effectively real clouds in the video game. I know, it's such a silly thing, but at the same time, can you argue with the results about how gorgeous that looks? Wickton says, what makes it work is the lack of load screens. It helps build the immersion that you're actually exploring another universe. Exactly, and that's a lot of people. I've had people say, "Oh, quantum travels is a loading screen." No, you're physically moving across the entire map at a simulated 20% the speed of light. I can rent a ship here. I'm at the spaceport after all. I can rent a ship at the spaceport. And that's what's really cool. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no load screens. The game is constantly loading assets and items in and out as you're playing. So as I walk away, or as I take an elevator to a section, or as I'm walking away from that other room, it is deloading essentially that room as I walk away, or at least that it's not as efficient right now as it's planned to be, especially with server meshing as well as shard manager and dedicated games, server games, and all that sort of back-end technology, object container streaming. They're still in their infantile stages, so it's not running as smoothly as it should be, but it will be once they get that server meshing in, because that will, I know server meshing took the be-all end-all fix it for Star Citizen, but at the moment at least, before we have it in practice, it kind of is, because in concept it will be. What server meshing will do is allow us to have multiple servers running a single entity or series of entities. So this entire city would be like, say, one server. The planet itself would be another, and then each of the moons have their own server, and then the servers come together to form a single instance, which also means that it's not only going to make performance a hell of a lot better and allow for the devs to add more content to the game without worrying about server limits and performance levels and all other forms of hurdles and barriers they have to cross. But it also allows for player count to be increased, which means, because the eventual goal is to have every backer, or eventually when it's no longer an alpha and the game's mythically finished, it would have every player in the same instance, or at the very least spread across at least like 3 or 5 instances. Although the goal is to have one instance across however many servers they need. So how do I make money? Are there jobs, combat? Oh yeah, let me open up the. Let me eat my ice cream and then I'll open up the my Moby Glass. There. How many licks does it get to the end of the cone? 3, apparently. So, Moby Glass here, we got the star map. This is the entire map of the game so far. Got Stanton 1, 2, 3, 4. So here's Contract Manager, and you got different contracts. Here we have a mission, a delivery mission. So essentially pick up cargo and deliver it to some location. And the specific cargo here is quantum travel sensitive, so we can't quantum travel with this on board. Here we have a, where's the time sensitive? There's some time sensitive ones as well, so you have to deliver it in a specific set of time. Thankfully those can be carried in quantum travel. You got some like search missions, investigation missions. So here is a search mission. We have to find something. I think this Zeta Prolonide is time sensitive. There's this Lost in Space mission. You have to find a pilot that was lost in space and retrieve their package to deliver it. We got some mercenary missions, essentially just some combat. Here unauthorized surveillance detected. That's criminal organizations in the area deployed these PDC monitors, which are essentially like data skimmers, as they're called. They collect data and kind of hack into systems and collect the data from it. It's effectively the Epic Game Store, but in the form of a satellite. And it's obviously it's an illegal action. So Crusader Security, which is the local law enforcement in this sector, is hiring me to destroy those data skimmers and restore their comm array systems. This one is a civilian defense force mission, which essentially just pays you for every criminal you kill. They'll essentially let you act as Judge Dredd. You have garbage missions, like literally just, here, go to this location and then take the garbage off-world. We don't care what you do with it, as long as it's not our problem anymore. So you literally got garbage disposal missions. Bounty hunting missions, obviously, you know, they're very simple. Right now, they're kind of just find target, kill target, mission accomplished. They're just glorified assassination contracts, which I have nothing against. It's just they've been that way since Alpha 3.2 back in 2018. Obviously, the reason for that is because we're waiting on back-end systems or improved mission quality to you know, be implemented, I guess. And ECN alerts are kind of just like emergency broadcasts. I think it's called the emergency communications network, I think is ECN. I think that's what it stands for. Oh yeah, it's right. DOI, emergency communication network. Like trying to remember it from memory when it's right here in front of my face. Nice. There's also some personal missions which will depend based on your reputation with various groups right now. They got, you know, delivery missions from not exactly legal people. Obviously, if you continue doing lawful missions, these will kind of start going away and you'll get lawful missions replacing them. Yeah, I wanted... This mission's been in since the very beginning of the Persistent universe. This was one of the first missions ever. And as for combat, I mean, I don't have them in the PTU, but I have a bunch of guns already here. Load some weapons on my back. Put some gear on them. Silence the gun. And give myself a sidearm. Cool stuff. And upgrade your ship. So say we go to, assuming this ever loads, say, let's go with the Hammerhead. So you can replace the quantum drive, you know, so different quantum drives have different qualities. So you can have a faster quantum drive, but it eats fuel like crazy, so it's a fuel hog. You can have a kind of mix between, you know, good fuel efficiency and speed. You know, so some essentially base quantum drives, you know, it really varies anywhere between like 19.8% the speed of light to 20.5% the speed, or 21 even percent the speed of light. That's what quantum travel is in Star Citizen. It's you're traveling at 20% the speed of light, give or take. So essentially, you're, you know, replacing it with something else is varying your speed, your fuel, your fuel efficiency, and essentially how often it might need to be maintained in the future when wear and tear becomes a real problem, or gameplay mechanic, I should say. You can also replace the coolers on your ship, as well as power plant, shield generators, and same rules apply. You know, you're increasing your shield strength or your recharge rate, or you know, the coolers, same deal. Power plant, how much power are you getting? How much, and also, like, say you upgrade the power plant, but it overheats like crazy, forcing you to upgrade the coolers because it needs to be cooled more efficiently than what we have on board right now. So it's, and then you have the guns, obviously, and paint, and hopefully in the future, you know, components. This what all this stuff is. These are components. We'll have sub-components that need to be repaired, so you can essentially take, say, the Mercury cooler here, and you can upgrade it to be better than a stock Mercury by having subcomponents that boost its output or boost its power levels or something. Wake done, so that's pretty cool. I'll have to look into this game when I finally upgrade my rig. Well, if you're in our Discord server, we talk about it all the damn time. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask in there. Gotta run, great stream though, man. Very interesting game. Thanks for tuning in, man. Have fun.
Safety is a top priority for all of us at Pursuit, and we want to keep track of all personal effects, follow all safety announcements, and report any concerns to Pursuit. Together, we can set your visit on the right course.
In the meantime, I'm going to buy a plushie.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
This is a reminder that the flight status and hangar information may change. Be sure to double check flight information on
Please contact flight services. Please contact flight services.
marks the centennial anniversary of the first orbital platform built on Crusader. Join us in celebrating 100 years of incredible...
Oh, this is a bad idea. We are going to fly a Reclaimer, which is one of the biggest ships currently in the game. It is a giant salvaging ship. Think the Nostromo from Alien. Man, with the gravity of a gas giant, it's gonna just fall through the planet. Alright, see ya, Wake Down. Oops. Alright, looks like I was all tabbed for a little bit too long. What the hell are you doing? Walked into your laser fire. And that is a big ship. This is a big hangar. Let there be light!
You are clear to launch.
That's a big elevator. Reminds me of the freight elevators that I used to use at my old workplace. It's been a while since I've used a Reclaimer. Ah! And I'm beginning to remember why it's been a while. Alright, you made it onto the elevator anyways. It would seem that the Reclaimer is bugged, because we have no way of getting inside it, since the elevator refuses to actually work. Come along, little Finley. That's what the whale, the stuffed whale. It's called Finley the Stall Whale. Stormwall. Sorry, Stormwall. It's a Stormwall is a species of space whale that actually flies around the gas giant here. They're obviously not in game yet, but they'll be. And being that they're indigenous to the planet and Crusader is owners of the planet and operate out of here, they have little merchandise based on the whales. Instead, we're going to do the 890 jump. I just want to fly a big ship through the clouds and see how it feels.
New visitors to Orison may sometimes find that they are experiencing a mild sense of vertigo as they acclimate to the elevation. Remember to breathe freely, stay hydrated, and take plenty of rest breaks. If symptoms persist, please contact a medical professional for additional assistance.
Hangar 13.
Be sure to explore and discover all Orison has to offer. With so much to see and do, Crusader is a journey worth making.
Eventually, backpacks will be a separate entity to the armor, or at least to the chest armor, to the armor core, as it's called. So, you can wear armor without, for instance, armors that at the moment come stock with a backpack, but you can't remove it. They'll eventually be able to remove, because backpacks will be an attachment to your armor core. The 890 jump. Really, really big luxury yacht. We go. It would seem they gave us a hangar a little bit too small.
Thank you, and please visit again.
The rear of the ship is not as good as it could be, but I mean, we're in one piece. Overall, safe. Man, you can see a little bit of damage on the hull there. Not bad on this side though. Definitely could be a lot worse. I've seen this thing in worse condition before. Now we're staring at the sun. Level her out. Easy does it. Excellent. Ship's on autopilot, and we are now in cruise control. Autopilot equivalent, pretty much. We are now going to head to the hangar and party. Oh, by the way, this thing has a jacuzzi, spa, sauna, and pool. As well as a full decked out engineering section. We're about to pass a med bay on the way. Med bay is down this corridor to our right. Med bay. I'm just going to set my spawn here in case shenanigans go awry, because they most probably will. Here we are. They did a lighting pass. It looks a lot better. Airlock. Hangar. What I love about this hangar is that it actually elevates. I'm sure anyone watching is already getting the idea of what I'm going to do here. A close and personal view of the clouds. Now this is more like the landing pad here. The hangar's landing pad has its own artificial gravity generator, or at least uses the same artificial gravity as the ship. Obviously, the hull is not using artificial gravity, so we're just gonna, for safety protocols, we're going to stay on the landing pad for now. Although I should be able to just respawn in the med bay if things go wrong, so true safety. Okay, maybe I'll listen to myself. So we just got launched back here. What happens if I go this way? Because there is velocity with the ship right now. It is moving forward. Oof. We just clipped through 3 walls. We clipped through 3 walls with them. So we stepped off the artificial gravity of the landing pad, and the ship's momentum is going forward. So we just, on the hull of the ship, just got launched into the, the area of the, the dining area of the ship, the bar. There's a little dining area / bar. So we just passed through 1 pane of glass, then through another pane of glass, and then through a freaking wall. So now we know what happens if we step off the gravity of the pad. We bring this down and try again. Also, yes, there is a basketball court here. This is how you know that Star Citizen's, is a good game, because it has a basketball court, and everyone loves basketball. Basketball's the best. Baseball's America's pastime, but basketball is my personal favorite to play. No! Oh, this is going to be painful. No! We're alive somehow. Okay, I can see the doors opening already. Oh, bit of a glitch. Okay. Didn't kill us. Got Stanton over there. Stanton's the star. G-type, I believe. We are indeed moving. See, now this is gonna be... I wanted to test this by myself just to be sure that it works and it's safe and we can do this in the future, but I'm totally doing this with the rest of the gang later. We're gonna take out an 890 jump. We're gonna do this with the hangar. We're gonna raise the landing pad and just fly through the clouds, having a party, drinking, dancing. Dance the night away. I don't know what's wrong with my keyboard right now. Why it's putting out random letters like that, but okay. I was just recording a small video. You'll be able to find that video on my personal channel later. Damn, you can see how far away Orson is in the background. You can see the lattice structure of the all the floating platforms all the way in the background, just behind the 890 jump there. Wait, I didn't do that. I think I see some of the lights emanating from Orson dotted around there. Maybe? I think that's definitely a light from Orson. Landing lights. Wow, we're far out. Literally. See some stars peeking through the clouds there. Holy shit, that's yellow. That's one of the moons. Welcome to the battle bridge, ladies and gentlemen. Oh crap, we're out of fuel. Oops. We're dead in the sky. We've been following for a while now. I was waiting for that to happen. Well, we spent an entire day on Crusader. A full day-night cycle on Crusader. We've witnessed it. And it's certainly the longest of all the planets, and rightfully so, it's the biggest. And but yeah, close to, I want to say like 4 to 5 hours long. Pretty good. Unfortunately, I might call the stream here, given that we kind of did a lot. But what I was gonna say is, the beginning of the stream, I did like a little intro, and thanks to YouTube kind of fucking up on their end, definitely wasn't my fault. Because I set it up and everything, I scheduled it like it was pre-planned. Like I planned this last night, and then went to record. I'm like, okay, set it for recording. I set it for 5:20 in the afternoon here in New York, and I hit live, all that, and then all of a sudden started streaming to nowhere. It wasn't live on YouTube. The scheduled live stream was still scheduled, saying waiting for me. So that was a glitch on YouTube's end, and I streamed for like 50 plus minutes to nowhere. Thankfully I recorded the footage as well, so I can just add that in later, or obviously it'd have to be a whole new video. I'd have to re-upload the entire stream with the updated, with the intro attached, which again is that's not on me. It really isn't. That's YouTube, and that's fucking annoying, because I've had this problem before with YouTube, which is just yet another reason why I prefer Twitch for live streaming. And speaking of which, if anyone has a Twitch account, and that is weird. Anyone else see the flashing green lights? Anyway, as I was saying, if anyone has a Twitch account and wants to catch me live, I am live there on Twitch every Monday night and Wednesday night at anywhere between 8 to 9 p.m. Not that it's an hour long, just I start anywhere from 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Twitch every Monday night and Wednesday night. So tomorrow night at probably 8 p.m. I'm going to be playing some more Star Citizen over there. Hopefully they're going to be doing the Xenothreat update feedback tests, so I can try that out over on Twitch. But yeah, that's going to be it for now. Yeah, we living on Crusader now. See one of the moons off in the distance, really cool. But yeah, that's... Oh, it's warm here. It's 22 degrees Celsius. That's warm. Damn. So I was right that Crusader is effectively an infinite summer. That is pretty cool. No, I like the lights over there. But yeah, this has been Crusader. My first look at Crusader. A first look at Crusader, Gas Giant, and Star Citizen Alpha 3.14 PTU. This has been my first look into my first playthrough into PTU. Let alone my first look at the new and improved volumetric cloud, a fully rendered, explorable, and traversable Gas Giant Crusader, as opposed to the old, just ball with a JPEG on it. And it's awesome. This is kind of mind-blowing. As I said earlier, it's a dream come true to have like a full gas giant, explorable gas giant like this. And really just to have a full star system in a game like this, and it's not procedurally generated, and it's procedurally assisted, but not procedurally generated. There is a difference. And yeah, it's a tailor-made star system made by people that care. I am so loving it. The artwork there, modern art, whatever, on the area down there we can go visit. This is This is really definitely an achievement for Star Citizen. You know, yet another. Hey, look, we just completed the star system. I mean, very minimally completed. Like, there's still some stuff to be added, some improvements, additional stuff. But in terms of like all the planetary bodies and the celestial bodies in the system, it's complete. We got all of them now. Now we need another star system. First we need gameplay, then we need another, or both at the same time. But yeah, this is really cool. Next up is Pyro, the Pyro star system. Like, godforsaken, unlawful, crime-ridden, you know, Badlands type star system. Whereas this is the more kind of traditional, you know, your urban and civilization in space. Got some like cargo freight here moving. That's really cool. I love the moving platforms. I know I keep saying I'm going to end it, but it's really hard to end when I'm having so much fun just taking it all in. Let's go to the roof and then I'll maybe end it on. That, taken out of context, can just realize I'll end it on the roof. I'm gonna jump! Do a flip! Roof, please. 18 floors, huh? My building is 18 floors. Although not including the roof. The roof would 19. No elevator goes to the roof. You have to take the stairs and guard it off. People were once launching fireworks off of it. A few years ago, actually. Okay, cool. We're over the railing, so now safety. Damn the safety! We are going to get a nice, unobstructed view. Wow, that was close. Nice. Very nice. This has been fun. I am liking Crusader, and definitely going to be doing this again tomorrow. Especially since as I have a working keyboard again, I can actually play games. Great. Fortunately, that working keyboard did cost me about like 5 days worth of. I had to do it all of last week, and it doesn't help the fact that earlier today was a fast day. As I mentioned before, it was Tisha B'Av. The purpose of the stream is actually kind of I wanted to do a Tisha B'Av, the Jewish holiday for. It's also a fast day where you don't eat or drink for 25 hours, unless you have medical needs. Yes, you are. And yeah, so I pretty much just the entirety of the stream I went without food or drink, which honestly is nothing new. But anyway, enough of your Jewish history lesson. Yeah, back to Star Citizen. We got the new armor, the new Grey Cat Alaris armor. Oh, I was using my wrong push to talk key. I apologize for that. But yeah, it's... Well, I mean... This is really cool. We finally got to see Crusader. You know, they finally completed the star system. Took them a few years, but they did it. Now we know where they're going next, but now we're just gonna have to watch it happen, watch it unfold, and be part of the journey. It's really fun. But yeah, this has been it for Cast in the Shadows. As usual, if you guys want to support the channel, you know the drill. Subscribe, share, thumbs up on the video if you enjoyed it. If you didn't, give it a thumbs down. Tell us why in the comment section. If you have any requests, questions, or just want to share your opinion, you know, please do so in the comment section, and we'll even read them on the next episode of Cast in the Shadows. Mainly because we really need anything to read. But yeah, this has been it. If you want to support us in a more personal way, links to the Teespring and eBay stores in the description below. And if you want to just hang out with us and chat, talk Star Citizen or games in general, or movies, comics, what have you, or if you want to hire me for art commissions, Discord link is also in the description. Teespring store, obviously, it's our merch store. We have all sorts of merch. Actually, I can show this off. I updated the merch store's visuals to show a new banner thing, so that it looks nicer and is actually to scale, because Teespring had a problem showing a scaled version of what I wanted. But no longer the case. Voila! The new Cast in the Shadows Teespring merch store has the Cast in the Shadows with Cast in the Shadows on the screen. So there you have it. New banner. I had a lot of fun. I was kind of bored. That's really it. And obviously you got all the products that aren't loading in, but they're there. Actually, there we go. There you go. So there's your products. All the good stuff. My personal favorite is the True Gaming Gear shirt. That and obviously the logo shirt. Obviously, Crotch Shot was a lot of fun to make. And we got some of Cam's stuff here. I designed it, but Cam is essentially the brain behind the last three. Actually, to be fair, we're both the brains behind this one, but this is totally him. I give credit where credit's due. What the frick frack, snick snack, patty whack, give a dog bone kind of bullshit is this? It's all Cam. And I love him for it. But yeah, so this is all the stuff you can get on the merch store. I'll probably be adding some new stuff soon. I have a few ideas that I need to actually finish on before I do anything. So yeah, there's the merch store. Obviously, I'm just showing you, for anyone that's curious or just lazy, wants to know, oh, where's the links? Well, they're right here. Okay, the eBay store. Merch goes to the Teespring store. You get. And there's the PayPal if you just want to give us money.